All right, hello, let's continue. Okay, last time we did the dungeon generator, I think. That was last time. Yeah, dungeon generator, we generated a map, we spawned enemies. We also made them drop items. And in between here, I made like a basic like item generator that takes like an item level and tries to output an item. And you can also give it like weights and like biases for certain types of items as well. I'm thinking of doing the same for like monsters also. Yeah, I'm also trying. So okay, let's also monster generator. I also want to look at Fog of War. That requires, though this requires persistence actually, I would say. Oh, maybe not per se. Well, I guess it requires persistence within one scene or or location, I guess. Yeah, because right now the thing is like regenerated anyway. But yeah, we need persistence to know what has already been generated and once you've visited, I guess, a location, it gets like persisted, and the monsters, well, basically what I want is like, you visit a cave. If it's not supposed to be regenerated, it shouldn't be regenerated. If you like leave and exit and enter, it shouldn't be like regenerated. And like all the items, all the monsters, all the state within needs to be stored and persisted. So you exit, you enter, all the state should be the same. All monsters you've killed and stuff like that. And there could be new monsters spawning and stuff like that, but yeah. Like items should definitely be persisted, at least. I guess dead monsters doesn't matter. I guess when we... Okay. Anyway, I want some kind of persistence anyway. And Fog of War is part of that. So Fog of War is like, you don't see the whole map at the start. And as you explore, you get things in line of sight, and you can now see more things. So, yeah. Yeah, and then we have this one, is the sprite draw order, which is basically just when things are going to be drawn on top of other things. And there should be a certain order to this. Right now, it's kind of random. So it's like when... Because, for example, I want all the projectiles to be rendered... the projectiles should be rendered like on top of things, other things, essentially. So like the characters are drawn on top of the tiles, where the arrows are drawn on top of, or projectiles are drawn on top of the characters. So there are certain draw layers that should happen there. And right now it's like random, so projectiles can be drawn in front or behind a character. It's just random, depending on when they were spawned and stuff like that. So and that should be easy enough. Like we already, I think we can do this right now. In fact, it's actually pretty simple. I say with confidence. But here is like draw renderable. Well, it's not in this one. It's gonna be in here. So first what we do is we generate a order component, or a number of order components, which is just gonna be like draw layer characters, or they could even be multiple characters. Like let's say the player is drawn on top of monsters or something like that. Maybe, I don't know. It depends on if we want the character differently. But basically, let's say we have like characters. So that could be one component. And it doesn't have to include, like, have anything in here. We could have one for items. Items are like, I guess they are between the characters and the map. So items would be below, like on the ground. And then we have projectiles, which would be above characters. And yeah, that's it for now. So we have these things. So for example, the player would have draw layer character. And the monsters would also have what's that? Draw layer. Why does it think? Oh, it's an imported function, right? That's why this is bad. Yeah. Okay, this is kind of stupid. Like this, like the LSP doesn't understand this. This is possible. Like normally, member functions are defined on the struct. You have self, you know, the type, and now it's a member function. However, you can also define member functions like this, if this has the same like signature structure. However, the LSP doesn't understand that it's a member function, so it thinks that you're trying to fill in the first parameter, even though you already filled it in because it's a member function. So, so what I will do is I will copy this instead and just call that instead. And now the LSP should understand that. Yeah, now we get these things. Okay. So this is a character. And did we have like spawn projectile or something? That's gonna be ranged attack, right? Yeah. Projectile. Right. So this function doesn't understand what layer we want to draw into. I mean, usually this would be some kind of effect or something. I'm just gonna draw... Are you serious? Why do I not get the thing? Well, okay, it does understand. Okay, well anyway. I'm just gonna say it's a projectile every time we use this monad construct, because it's like every time we use it, it's for an animation that spawns a temporary a temporary sprite. So it's basically always going to be a projectile essentially, or like an effect of some kind. Okay. So now the monsters have that. The only thing left is the items. Now, okay, I can show you a little bit here. This is the item generator I made like in between here. I made yesterday evening here. So you can pass it these options. You have like item power level, which is the thing that kind of determines, you know, how good is the item essentially. And this is like, it's generating a bunch of items that we choose from, I guess. Actually, I don't think we need that maybe anymore. So basically how it works is we have this iterator, and the iterator kind of, you can call next on it to get like another item essentially. And you have the options and all that. As you call next, and then we create an array of that many items, like 10 items. We generate 10 items, and then we randomly choose one of those items. I guess the reason for choosing to generate a bunch of items is because sometimes you would miss the generation, because based on the options that you press in, it can fail to create an item, because you can ban certain like qualities. Like let's say you ban all the items that are like weapons, for example, or you ban items that have a certain like stat or something like that. However, when I did this, I also fixed that essentially a little bit. So yeah, here you can see, for example, here is like we generate okay. The first thing we do when we generate data, we check, okay, do we have a set slot to equip this on, then we use that slot instead of. But if we don't have this slot, we generate a random slot. If we didn't get a random slot, that means we failed to generate an item essentially. So we return null. Now there in the future there will be items that doesn't have a slot, like, you know, potions or something like that. They would be, you know, then we would have to extend this system here. But essentially that's happening, and then we generate an equipped item with the slot given here, and then we check, okay, which slot are we doing? Well, right now I only support for left-hand items, and all the other ones are become failed generations. So that way, now we essentially say that, okay, well, we generate 10 items, so there's a high probability that we fail to generate an item. But we get this left-hand item and we can generate one of those. How to get a random slot is to get a random enum, where the slot is just an enum slot. And then we have the bias is like a, that's the bias settings for the slots. So that can determine, like, if we ban certain slots, for example, or if we have certain weights for certain slots. So what we do here is we get the enum type, and then we have biases for the things. Now these can essentially be one-to-one mapped to actual weights instead of being this bias thing. But what's cool here is that this is the first time I'm actually using, because I looked at the standard library and I tried to use, like, okay, well, I knew there was like an enum field struct, for example. That one is kind of mapping an enum to a struct that has all the enum values as fields, like with the same name as the enums, but you give it like a different, like you give it a type. So now you have a struct with a bunch of fields that correspond to the enum values, and they all have a certain type. So you can give it like an enum field struct of, you know, your equipment slot of an item, for example. That would be a map essentially from one of those enums to an item. However, this also kind of does the same thing. The enum map, and it's also actually kind of amazing, because I never actually used this before. But it's a map that is keyed by an enum, and it's backed by a bit field and a dense array. So it's backed by like a bit set, they call it. It's just like a bit map. So it's like whatever, how many items there is in the map, and in the enum, I should say. And then we have an array with the values in it. So the array with the values are like, yeah, they can hold the value. So essentially, this would be a map from the enum to the bias setting. And it's also like it knows if it's populated or not, because the bit that corresponds to the enum, essentially, each enum is like one bit in the bitmap. So the first enum would be the first bit, or the first value would be the first bit, and so on. And so if that bit is 0, that means that enum is not set to anything. So it's like it doesn't exist in the set. There's also enum set, which kind of works the same way, except it doesn't have a payload. But enum map is really cool. You can even have an iterator on it. So basically, we get an enum map. You can iterate through all the entries that actually are defined. So it's like a map, a map. Let's say a map of the enum to a value. Yeah, it's the same thing. It can have the value set, or it can have it not exist in the map. If it doesn't exist, then it won't show up in the iterator. If it exists, it does show up. And if you go in to look at how this is done, then it's like it uses like a bit set iterator. It uses like very efficient algorithm for like looking up the next. It's like this thing here. It's looking up for the next item. It looks up through this built-in CPU like instruction. So that's pretty cool. Anyway, and it's copyable and it's really cool. I've never knew about this, and I'm probably gonna use it a lot more. So that's cool. Maybe I'll go through the standard library at some point and just look through what's available and start to use more things. Okay. But anyway, so we basically get random enum. We have the weights, and we basically populate a weights array from the biases in our map. And if it's so, the bias setting can either be banned or have a certain weight. And then we have this map function to get the actual weight. What does this mean? Well, ban means 0. So that means it shouldn't actually be considered at all. And then weight is just the weight value that you get. So so basically we populate this with the weights. And then we use the random. This is also like from Git standard library, weighted index from random, which works exactly how you want it to work. Like you put in a bunch of weights, and it's gonna give you an index to which weight won the randomness. So so that gives us, so that should make it so that it won't select the ones that are 0, essentially. However, if all of them are 0, I don't really know how that is gonna work. We might get to an unreachable point. I don't know. Does it assume that there's at least one that are not 0? I'm not sure. Because how this works is like it like loops through and try to find, right, the point that it's random. The random point is like from 0 to 1 in the case of float. I guess it uses the sum. Oh yeah. Wait, what if the sum is 0? So then this would be 0, and this is like negative epsilon. So then this would be negative epsilon. And I guess this would be true, yeah. And then it would just, this would always be true. So, okay. So then it just picks the first one. Okay. Anyway. If all weights are 0, we still want to check, okay, well, we got an item, but is it banned? If it's banned, then we fail to get it. But anyway, so this is like a generic way to get a random enum based on biases here. Okay, and then I use this for different things. So I use this for get a random slot, so get a random equip slot with biases for slots. We have a random stat that gives us a bias for stats, or it gives us a random stats from the bias of stats. So there we go. And the stats are essentially these things here, which I'm gonna add more things in time. Okay. What else? Yeah, so generate items. So then once we have a slot, we go in here. Let's say we generate a left-hand item. Now this one is more, I guess, opinionated. It's like I begin with this base. So now I only define like 2 base items here. But essentially, we could probably like randomize more things here, but essentially I begin with this base just to test it out. So it's gonna pick a random base with that has like a sprite and a tint and a name. Okay, and then we basically we turn the level into points, and then we kind of use the points to kind of improve the weapon. Essentially, we're leveling up the weapon, you could say. So then we call improve stats with the points, and improve stats will essentially go through while we have points. It's gonna try to basically level up the weapon. So we get a random stat. So either we will, and that also goes through the bias system. So if we're biased towards getting a melee hit bonus, then you know that will be more likely than other bonuses. For example, so that stat will be generated, and then we check. Okay, do we not have this stat? Then the cost to add this stat to the item will be 3. If we don't have enough points, we're now like we actually kind of break out and we're done. Hello Blue, what's up? How's it going? But if we already had the stat, we just do an upgrade. So we take 1 point for that, and we add 1 to that stat. Oh, actually, I forgot to actually add the stat over here. We should actually add the stat here as well. Okay. Now this is also an enum map. It's an enum map from stat to an I32 this time, and not a bias, you know. So it's like I'm using this already, which is really nice. I mean, I guess it fits very well in this circumstance, but it's a really nice construct. I really enjoy using this, especially because it's also like it doesn't require an allocator, which is huge. It just relies that's I guess that's the most important thing actually. It relies on the fact that this enum, the number of enum values in this enum is not gonna be huge. So it's gonna fit in like you know, a bit set. And also this will be an array. So it will it's a stack based thing that you can copy. But I really enjoy it because yeah, that's just better. It's just really good when you're working with enums like this. So really nice construct there. Okay, so then it's gonna go on, continue adding points or adding stats until we're out of points. When we're out of points, we will actually add the actual, or we're kind of converting the stats to actual like, you know, melee bonus, damage bonus options here. And then we return that. And this will now give us a component enum construct with the stats added, and we merge our original item with those extra things added there. Cool. So that is essentially everything happening there. So it's very limited right now. But yeah, it works. I've tested it, and it generates like a random weapon every time. Okay, and we can actually, like this one, we can remove now because it's redundant. Okay, so I want to go to monsters, or actually let's go to like loot table. Now this is the thing, like how much chance would there be to actually drop a weapon? Or an item, I mean. Probably not 100%. Let's do like 10%. I don't know. Drop chance. Dorp. I mean, let's just put it here. Actually. You know what? Can we make... What I'm thinking about is turning a type, a struct, into... What is this? Buff map? Hash map, buff, hash map. Buff map copies keys and values before they go into the map, freeze them when they get removed. Oh. Okay. That was not what I was thinking. I'm thinking of like a struct. You take a struct and all the fields in the struct become optional. And then there's like a operation that will iterate through all the set ones and yeah. And you can do whatever you want with those then. That would be kind of cool. It's not a map because it's like a map implies that we only have one type. It's going to be like a struct. What the hell is a bit stack? I need to go through these and check them out because you could encounter some really cool things that you never knew existed, and it's like, oh, I can use this for this and this and this. Effectively, a stack of U1 values implemented using ArrayList U8. A stack of U1 values. So it's like a dynamic list of, I guess a dynamic list of bits. Huh. Okay. Doubly linked list, dynamic DQ. A contiguous, growable, double-ended queue. Pushing pop-in items from either end of the queues. Oh. Cool. Dynamic bit set. Wait. A bit set with no runtime, no size, backed by an allocated slice of U size. Thin wrapper around dynamic bit set unmeasurable. Wait, what was the other one we looked at? Bit stack? Isn't that kind of the same thing? No, this is a set. Okay. It's a set, not a stack. Okay. Enum array. What the hell is an enum array? An array keyed by an enum backed by a dense array. If the enum is not dense, a mapping will be constructed from enum values to dense indices. This type does no dynamic allocation and can be copied by value. Interesting. An array keyed by the enum. So, like you append an item, does it pick the next enum then, I guess, instead of picking like the next index? Set the value in the slot. Huh. It's an array. But we don't know if it's set or not, I guess. Okay. Oh, I see. It's an array. Man, yeah. So it's just an array essentially. But the index is, yeah, okay. It took a while to wrap my brain around this idea. It's not a dynamic array. It's not like an array list. It's just an array. It's a normal array like this. You get an array, you just get a thing on the stack that has that number of items, but they all start out as undefined, essentially, if you set it to undefined. And you can give it a field struct of values, right? Okay. Well, this is not what we need. It's cool to know. I'm not gonna remember all these, but yeah. And here's the famous multi-array list. Famous in my brain. Which turns a structure, no, an array of structures into a structure of arrays. So you could use this on a struct with a bunch of fields, and it's gonna basically turn that struct into a structure of arrays. So instead of storing it, so then they would be, cache friendly and all that stuff. Priority dequeue, priority queue, semantic version, signal linked list, static bit set, static string map. Oh, wait, is this comp time? Man, I should be using more of these things. Static string map optimized for small sets, disparate string keys, works for substring keys. Accepts equality function. Okay. Do you need an allocator? Init comp time. Oh, nice. Okay, so you need an allocator with init, but you can also init comp time. Nice. Man, there's so much cool stuff that I haven't actually looked at. String array hash map and a string array hash map. Target thread treep. What the hell's this? Treep. No explanation, just treep. Well, it has a key and a compare function. It kind of sounds like heap, but treep, like a thread. No, I don't know. It has a root node and a random miser. Okay. It compares. And here's a customized pseudo random number generator for the treep. I could probably look up what treep means. This just helps reducing memory size of the treep itself. Standard random blah 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 requires larger state. Okay. A node represents an item or point in the treep with a uniquely associated key. So like a map. But it has a priority and it has a parent and children. It's a binary tree. Okay. Extreme in subtree on direction. Next on direction. Man, what the hell is a treep? A treep is a randomized data structure that combines the properties of binary search tree and a heap, hence the name tree plus heap. Okay. Each node in a tree stores two values. Key follows standard binary search tree ordering. The left child is smaller, right child is larger. Priority assign a random value that follows the heap property. Parent priority is higher or lower than its children. Priority. So is it why is it randomized? Priority assign a random value. Follows heap property. Parent priority is higher or lower than its children. Because I was thinking, like, is it like optimized, like cache friendly? No, it's not. Balancing versus random. Balancing through randomness. Instead of using a complex deterministic rules, red black trees to keep the tree balanced, tree relies on random priorities. This probabilistic balancing ensures that the tree height stays proportional to log n on average. Hello, Penguin. What's up? What's up? We're learning about treep. Core operations. Standard operation like search, insertion, delete operation, O log n time complexity. Rotations. Insertions, deletions use standard BSC placement followed by basic tree rotations to restore heap priority property. Advantages. Simpler implementation. Much easier to code and maintain than deterministic self-balancing trees because you do not track balance factors or colors. Implicit treeps can be modified to act like an array, allowing fast interval updates, splits, merges, and sub-array reversals in log n time. Okay, so it's like a different binary tree. It's essentially a binary tree. It's just the under the hood is different. Okay. I was like, what the hell is this? Never heard of that, but okay. Wrist. No. Okay. And then we have like enums. The enum, this nice little module here has this enum array map field struct set. And some functions and stuff. Values from fields. Bounded enum multiset. Enum indexer multiset. What is a multiset? A multiset of enum elements up to a count of usize, backed by an enum array. This type does not dynamic allocate. Does it just mean a set with like a number associated, like a map? Or I don't understand. Multiset up to a count of usize. It's like you can have multiple things in the set. Bounded enum multiset. A multi-set of enum elements up to count size. Back to an enum range, no dynamic allocation can be copied by value. Cool. So it's an enum array with counts. I guess it's like initialized with 0. And it goes up to count size. But that's a type. Well, okay, I guess you can define it. Up to a count of U size. Right. So I guess you could say like, well, it can be like a U1, for example. So then it would essentially just be a enum set at that point. Or you could have U2. Okay. But why not just use an enum map? I am confused. I guess it's like, maybe it's like a more optimized version of an enum map. But for like integer types or something, I don't know. Anyway, it's not what we want anyway. Okay, so that's that indexer. Actually, let's look at indexer as well. Excuse me. Okay. Indexer. It doesn't explain it, but I think it just turns the enum into a number or something like that. So essentially at some point it's going to use int from enum, yeah. It's essentially like a very, very thorough way of making sure that an enum is going to be like you can index it. With all these different kinds of backing integers. Even signed integers. Cool. I mean, I don't use fancy enums like that, but it's good to know that you can. But basically what I want is this. I want a partial takes a struct, gives us a type. This will essentially return a struct and layout, I don't know, auto backing int, field names, field types, field attributes, and that's it. Okay, so field names. Now field names is actually going to be exactly the same as field names of struct, and then field types are a bunch of types. Yeah, we start at 0. And then we have field attributes. And then we loop through field names, length, and we don't really need the index, I guess. Field types is going to be equal to field types plus field type. Attributes. Now the attributes is, we have to do kind of like this here. It's just, I think it's just the default. And then field type is now optional. Well, okay, field type is a constant. It's an optional of the original field type. Okay, we do need this. Oops. Wait. How do you construct the type? I think you can just do that, right? Yeah. Because this is a type. So we just put that to make it optional. Yeah. Okay. There we go. So now it's like an optional, whatever it is there. There we go. So essentially what it's doing, it takes a struct and it makes all the fields optional. And I wish we could also add member functions now to this, but we can't really do it. Actually, we can. I think this would be the partial type, but we can return a thing that wraps this. And we can have an init function that takes a partial. I'm gonna call this P. Returns this. Yes. Okay. We just wrap it. And then we have a function iterator, which is gonna iterate through all the set things. So this is gonna give us an iterator. I wish there was like a snippet for iterators. This is gonna give us the next field enum of struct. So it's gonna give us like the next field that we can use to look at struct. Actually, maybe iterator is not what we want. let's just do this. Let's do copy to or something, like, because the whole use case of this would be to take all the things that are actually defined and then overwrite some struct with those values. So I'm gonna say like copy to, and then destination is a struct, right? And then we're gonna like inline for fields of str or fields of partial, and we're gonna do like if we have this defined, then we get some value, and then destination should be equal to the value. Yeah, that's it, essentially. So now here, this options would be like a partial of this. So you can define like drop chance, for example. Now the only bad thing here is like, yeah, this will work, but we don't get actual LSP help. If I say options dot, well, I get partial, but I don't get like the actual types. I don't get like drop chance, for example, which is kind of, I wish that would work, but that doesn't work. It works for the compiler. It's just the LSP doesn't give you the help that you want. So yeah, I wish you could trick the LSP into saying that, yeah, you know, give me that original type. You know what things are on there. But it doesn't. It doesn't even understand field enum. It doesn't understand the field enum even. So yeah, you can't even. It doesn't even work like that. And also partial. This should probably be like. I'm gonna say we have a .p on this. Yeah, let's do that. So you can actually access that type. So we want to pass in the actual partial instead of the other thing. And then so first we have the defaults is gonna be this. That's the defaults, and then we say options. Actually, and then like partial this init options dot copy to result. So basically all this is doing here is saying, yeah, you can pass in and kind of like a struct that exactly like a loot table, except all the fields are optional, and the ones that are populated will overwrite whatever is on here. So if I want to make a loot table, I can do init and then pass in, for example, drop chance, and that will overwrite whatever default we had. Essentially is what they're saying. The only bad thing here is, like, as I said, it doesn't understand that drop chance is actually a thing here. But this will work. And if I add like another thing, like this, then you don't have to specify that here, because this is turning this into an optional. Okay. Anyway. I wish partial would work. Hello, FNF Soul. Welcome. What's up? Oops. Okay, well, anyway, I'll move this somewhere. Not sure how much we're gonna use this, but it's fine. Do we have utils here somewhere? Oh, we only do this. Okay, sure. Let's just... Nothing much, just looking at some devs, so I can be one soon. Alright, cool. Do you want to be a game dev? Are you practicing? Are you looking at, like, are you practicing a language or something? I'm in university, I know Python and C. Okay, cool. Cool. Well, I will tell you that Zig doesn't have a lot of work opportunities. Yo, Joseph. Thank you for the follow. Wait, no, there was another Joseph. You're not the same Joseph that I was thinking of first. Hello. Or maybe you are, actually. I don't know. The name seems different. Were you here yesterday? Thank you, FNF Soul, for the follow. Nice. But I will say, like, Zig probably doesn't have a lot of, which is this language here? Does not have, I've been sick. Okay. Not every Joseph is a saint. Okay. Maybe, okay, maybe name was like Joseph Saint or something like that. Yeah. I'm having a hard time reading because my eyesight is going bad and it's like kind of blurry. Millions of me out there, yeah. Well, not in here, though. Not in my chat room. There was only one Joseph that I was aware of. And it kind of also had like the same color in the profile. So that was why I was like, you need glasses? I got glasses for optional specs here. Yeah. I need to look up my eyesight. It's like it has always been perfect, but then now it's like one of the eyes. Yeah, I don't know which one actually. The left one is starting to go a little bit. And the right one is like, I got you, man. But it's also starting to give up. Go west. It's okay. You realize I wasn't actually just yeah. I did, because the other Joseph didn't have underscores in the name. All right. What are we doing here? Right, we changed drop rate. Let's just play. Whoops! No. Get me out of here. Let's see what we want to do, so you can see the actual game and stuff here as well. Oh, what's happening? Oh, there's some issues in here. Expected. How do you cast? Can you cast a pointer to an array? What if we just put dot pointer here? Okay. No, actually, let's do this instead. Okay. What game engine? It's like, it's raylib, you could say, I guess. I'm using like raylib with an ECS library. I never had so much trouble with this. But this won't work either, because that's what we were trying to do at first. Can we cast this somehow? Like array cast? I never had so much trouble with this. It's not some engine like Godot and real stuff. No. Raylib. Raylib plus, it's zig plus raylib plus ECS. It's not a game, like there's no engine essentially. Like raylib is a library that helps you, like you can render things, you can play music, sound. So basically Raylib is like a library for game development, which enables you to do all these things. But then you kind of have to build your game, you know, around that. No, it's not for raycasting. It's for rendering, playing music, playing sounds, keyboard input, like everything you need essentially to make a game, sort of. Like all the basic stuff to make a game. Like it's kind of like Raylib it does have raycasting just because, you know, but it's a game dev library. This is Raylib here. So, you know, this is all the things you can do with Raylib. You have like a bunch of examples here. You can do 3D as well. You can do like shaders, draw text, yeah. You're using Godot. I don't know if I should use Unreal. I think it's just a matter of trying it out, and you know, I think in the end it's like what you get used to using. Like if you get used to using Godot and you get really good at it, I think you can use that just as well. Like Unreal Engine has like different features, so it also maybe, you know, it depends on maybe what kind of game you want to make. Hello, Nedbog. Hello, so Solding using Raylib seems great. Yeah. I think I saw that person also use Raylib. I think that's when I first like heard about it, and I just checked it out, and it seems. I mean, yeah, I've been using it basically ever since because it's such a simple library. If you compare it to other libraries, it's really nice. The simplicity is like what makes it good, because it's so easy to get started, but you can also do more fancy stuff with it as well. So it's actually really nice. So yeah. Should I just forget about this thing here? I just want to make this type. I don't understand why this is so difficult. I do this all the time though. Why is it like this? Why are you like this? What if we put pointers here? I don't know. No, this is what I usually do. I don't understand what's happening here. What if we do like a pointer cast, maybe? Okay. Right. Now you need an argument. Excuse me? Missing. Oh, okay. Hang on. Attributes. Default value. Right. Should be null. Default value pointer. I guess this would be like null, like a pointer to as wait, no, it's over here, right? This one would be like default value pointer is gonna be equal to as original field type null. And I guess it has to be a pointer to that. No field name and drop chance in. All right, it's partial. There we go. Hey, it compiles. Julian C, what is your Vim color scheme? It is called Melange. Here. I can show you how this game like is built up if you want. Like the basic structure, like the game loop and all that. Oh, here's Joseph. There's the other Joseph. Yo, yo, yo. Mystery Joseph. I used Unreal, but it was too hard to navigate. It was kind of too many navigation script options. All right. Okay, cool. We got the thing working. Let's see if we can get some drops. Okay. No drop. We can sneak up on this archer. There we go. I think there's a bias in the line of sight. It's like the corners to the right or in a certain direction is gonna block the line of sight. The Josephs have to fight to the death, Highlander style. There can be only one. Oh my god, this is a dodgy. Where's my drops? Okay. What the hell? It's like 10% chance. There we go. There's a drop. Oh yeah, the sword doesn't disappear. And we didn't get a bonus because the sword is like worse now because I removed the bonus. So the sword essentially doesn't do anything. Maybe they should have like an inherent stat actually. So when enemy casts spell, where's his damage? Well, it's just a debug thing. Like it's basically I did the fireball spell. It's essentially just to try out the animation system that I made, and but I never put damage on it because when I debug it, I don't want to die from it. But yeah, I could definitely add damage to it. This would be no use size, and I guess we'll just I'll just do like 1 damage, maybe 2 damage. It's a spell. Also, it needs more. Either the goblin needs to be slower, or the spell, because right now actions don't really take more time depending on the action. So yeah, I need to actually fix that somehow. Like an action is supposed to, like sometimes an action takes longer. Actions differ in turn time. I don't know. Okay. So this will be 2 damage. Yeah, and here's the actual action. So we will now deal damage. Yeah. And then when is it supposed to show the damage? Well, we have a projectile, then we have a bunch of projectiles. And once they are kind of done, I guess that's when we show the firing. We should show the damage number here. And then we also should have damage dealt. All right. So we'll show that there, and then I want to go to Goblin Mage, and we'll grab out the turn component, and I will say that the speed is like 0.5 or something. So they will be slower. Oh, 930. Okay. You want 2 arguments. What do you want? Damage and target, right? Okay, let's see now. Now the mages should be dealing damage. We just need to find one. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Ugh, 2 damage. But they are slower. So every time they do a move... Well, it's kind of far away now. Ah, gotta hit in. I also have like, if I press 5, it's supposed to wait. But it's not doing that. I don't see why not. So I think it's like in here. Wait, or did I ever do that? Did I ever add that? No, I don't think so. Wait. Did I not add this action? Oh, wait. It's called wait. Wait. Is going to say do action idle. There we go. I'm watching your discussion here. I haven't read all the things, but you're gonna invade Canada with Josephs. Yeah. What the hell's happening here? You convert everyone to Josephs? They must use Emacs. Oh my god. No. Don't do it, man. Don't go to the dark side. What did I actually do? Oh yeah, I did a wait thing. So if I press 5, yeah, there we go. I can press 5 to wait now. So that's pretty good. Cool. What I want to do is also like when the item is picked up, it should, you know, it should disappear. Not sure why that's not happening. Because it should happen. We remove all these things. We generate the item. We get our little component descriptions. And we get this thing. We start out with a name and a renderable. We add a bunch of stats. Oh! We never added the equipped slot. Yeah, we never added the equipped thing to it. Will you eventually have more detail, or is this like a test with your skills type of project? Are you talking about the graphics, or what are you talking about? I think the graphics looks fine. I love these graphics. But yeah, I'm gonna have more like variation. It's not gonna be like in the world. Like the graphics themselves are like the tile sprites, I would say, themselves is I'm just gonna use this tile set that's here. But I'm gonna do like improvements. Like I'm gonna possibly add like shader effects, like maybe the fireballs light up a little bit the room. Maybe, well, there's gonna be like, you know, line of sight visibility in the in stuff, and like on the map. Yeah, other like little animations and maybe particle effects and stuff like that is what I want to go for, essentially. But I just want to make like the base game. That's all like, to me, that's all like Polish stuff, essentially. Because I want to make like the base game be really nice first. This project here, it's kind of like I started out with saying like, well, I want to make a project that it's like going to be like a full game, but the ambition level is going to be very low. Because I want to actually complete the game and make a complete game without the ambition level, or like without a bunch of scope creep, taking like an eternity to actually make the game, you know. But I do want it to look nice and be like, you know, be fun, of course. So yeah, and I do plan on putting it up on itch.io or whatever, you know. I have an itch.io account, so I can put it up there. All right. Yeah. Okay. So I see. We don't equip it because we never added the equipped component to the item. I guess we could put it here. We could also put it here. We could also put it right here, because yeah, it's already like the thing we need. So we can merge this with. All right, it's man, this is now wish I had an optional monad. Hang on, I can make one actually. I could just make like, I want like map for optionals. Optional map. So we take the input is gonna be, so M of A is like, well, let's do F first. M of A is also, let's say it's an type. We have to kind of understand what's this gonna be. And what this is gonna give us is the optional and then return type of F. Return type is defined in the monad place. I probably want to, oh, game closure, right? Sure. Let's do that. Let's get game, and return type is equal to that. Okay. Yeah, because okay, but we can make it work with closures, I guess. Okay, so so basically this is super simple. It's just, we just check if MA has a payload, we get it out, we call F on it. So we could use call closure. Wait. Where's call closure? Oh, it's on here. I will move you out into closure because that makes way more sense. Okay, so call closure F with the payload A. That is going to be what we want. And essentially we just return this because zig automatically coerces it into the optional type. Cool. And then we will do... And then otherwise, it's going to be null, essentially. Yeah, there we go. That's the map for optional. And then let's go to game. I want optional here. Or let's do it like that. And then over... Where were we actually? Oh, yeah, here. So then we can do like game optional map. We'll map this with hey. Wait a minute. This actually works. Holy crap. What? And the LSP understands? This can't be real. Are you serious? Like any type works better than... Okay. Return type of F. Wait, how does it understand this? Like, because M of A, I guess it's an optional... No, wait. Yeah, M of A is optional... Does it... This is super weird. How does it infer that? I don't know. Somehow it infers this. Okay, well, we want to merge... let's see, so this... We need a closure, actually. We need... Because source is going to be the closure. No, this is the thing. Oh yeah, this doesn't work because we need to like partially apply. Right. Unless we closure, unless we just make something, but nah, this didn't work out as I thought it would. Okay. Well, let's do this then. If we get something here, we will return. Now let's see, which one do we merge with what? Yeah, we merge you with equipped here. Yeah, there we go. But otherwise, we get a null. There we go. Okay, so now that should be on there. I want to go to loot table and say that, okay, let's guarantee a drop so we can test this for real. And there we go. Now we've got it equipped. But it doesn't actually change anything because the item doesn't have like a thing. The thing though is I would like to give them a base for that. Maybe we like always give it the base. Maybe this is a tuple of like stats and CE. Stats. I'm just gonna make this type here. This is gonna be an enum map of board stats stat to I32, I think. No, wait. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, because then this is also stats right here. And we need to wrap them here. All right, and then we need the stats. So there's like, we can do like init enum field struct. Now this is the same thing. It's like this is actually a partial. So we can do like melee damage bonus 1, for example. So they will always start out with melee damage bonus 1. Okay, and then over here we will say we get the CE, but we also get the stats. We could probably improve stats. Let's give it the initial stats. Yeah. And then improvements, I'm gonna copy the initial stats. Yeah, there we go. Sometimes it's very simple. Oh yeah, I also I thought I told you that I should show you like how the kind of game works essentially. I'll show you here in a sec. I'll get this running first, and then I'll show you. If you want to see FNF Soul and Joseph E. West. What is happening? Oh, is it deconstructing like... No, wait. Oh, I see. This is the thing it's worrying him. Okay, well, let's do CE equals to CE.merge. Because this produces a new one. Yeah. All right. Which, hello, the Queen Machine 87. Which AI model is this? Not everything needs to be an AI. There we go. And there we go. Now we get 3 damage. Well, why didn't you drop anything? That was weird. Oh, probably because it failed to generate an item. Oh, maybe that was why it took so long before. Yeah, okay. The code is coming from the brain. Yeah. I'm putting the code down. I'm hard coding the code. I think this is pretty much done. Yeah. All right. Cool. Okay. Let's go through and see how this. So this is the entry point of the program, the main function. And in Zig, you get this thing called init, which you can use. It has like, yeah, we can go and we can look at it. It has a minimal, which has some stuff on it. I don't remember what it was. Environment variables and command line arguments, yeah. And then it has an arena allocator that you can use, ready to use. It has a normal allocator here that you can use as well, which you can use also. It's going to report any memory leaks as well. I/O, which is used for things like file, read and write to files, networking stuff, any like non-deterministic things. And the environment variables. And then, I don't know what this is, pre-opens. Named files will be provided by the parent processes. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, so that's basically, yeah, you get allocator, you get, but you don't have to use those allocators, and you don't have to use that I/O either. It's just a convenient way to get started, essentially, which I really enjoy, actually, because it's like every program, you basically need an allocator, and you basically need like I/O and all that stuff. So it's nice that you get it like for like built in. Like some people don't like this change because this changed, I think, in the like last version or something like that. But anyway, that's not the point. I make a game. This is just a struct, essentially. It's just a thing that gets created here, put on the stack. And then we deinitialize in the end. So that will release everything. And then I have this function here, setup and run, which can return like an exit code if something went wrong during setup here. Yeah, and then setup, essentially, we initialize raylib. So raylib is the main library that I'm using to make the game. And raylib allows you to create a window. So this will create a window in, if you're compiling to Windows, it's going to create a Windows window. And if compiled to Linux, it's going to create a Linux window somehow. Okay, and then I can also set the position. Now the position of the window I only set because I wanted to. This won't be for real. Well, I guess you could set the position wherever you want, you know, essentially. But yeah, I just do it because of streaming, because then I get it to the top left, so it doesn't block anything else. Target FPS is, you can determine how many FPS you're gonna lock into. and I have chosen like 60, I think. And then you can initialize the audio device if you want to use sound and music through Raylib. You can set the volume, and then I have like a thing here where I'm drawing to multiple textures, the render buffer here. But yeah, that's actually it. So basically, that's how you create a window in Raylib. And once you have the window, you will, and then I have some other stuff like camera, loading assets. Since I'm using ECS, I have a bunch of systems, so I'm setting those up. And then I have my little, this actually creates like the actual kind of game, like starting point here. And yeah, so that's the setup. And then the main loop is here, so we run the game. This will enter the loop. Now this has support for like both like web, you can run it on web through WASM, and then you can also just run it in desktop, which I'm normally doing here. So basically here is like, while Raylib finds that you want to close the window, so either you press on X or you press escape, well, that's the normal key that Raylib by default gives you to exit the game, but you can actually disable that if you want. And then I also have this like bool here if you want to quit in some other way, maybe through a menu or something like that. Well, while that is not happening, while you don't want to quit the game, we call the loop function. And the loop function is essentially just update the game state and then draw the game state. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially it. And then update has a bunch of like, we have different modes. You can be in the menu, like the main menu. We have an intro, gameplay, whatever. All these different kind of states that you can be in. And if you're in gameplay, then we have the gameplay update, which basically just, since this is ECS, it's basically just calling a bunch of update functions on different systems in a certain order. And that's basically it. And then draw is kind of the same thing. We have a bunch of things happening here. This is a Raylib here. And I'm also using like a CRT shader. Maybe you saw that. It's kind of hard to tell maybe. But basically, yeah. It's a full screen shader. So you can, what you do is you render everything to a texture first, and then you begin draw. You begin the shader, and then you draw the whole texture onto the screen, which will then kind of make it look like it's like drawing one texture across the screen, and the shader is gonna affect the whole thing. So that is how the CRT shader works. And then we have like draw gameplay, we draw the map, we draw the entities, and then I also have like damage numbers, which is specially handled here. I have some debug drawings. Yeah. I just want to go through like the overview. So I probably won't go into more detail right now, because there's a lot of things happening. Netbook, I wanted to learn some Zig at some point. Not that smart. Also, the syntax kind of throws me off. I mean, I think you're smart, probably. Everyone is smart. Maybe. No, but yeah, I think you're smarter than you think. Especially if you want to learn. If you think that you want to learn Zig, then you're smart. Zig is amazing. I mean, it's such a cool language. The syntax throws you off. Yeah, it kind of threw me off at first as well, but I think it's just because you're not used to it. Once you get used to it, it makes sense. So, yeah. Anyway, a little tour there. Now is the question, what do we do now? What I want to do, let's do, wait, I think I started out with the sprite ordering. I think I kind of aborted that mid-implementation and started doing something else. No, I didn't. I actually did it. Did I test that it actually worked, though? Like, the project house seems to actually be below. Oh! I never actually implemented over here. So, draw renderables. Now, the idea here is we have all these draw layer components now. So, we would begin by drawing everything that has a draw layer. So, this would be like draw layer. So, which one would be first? It's going to be items. So we're drawing all the items first, and then we just repeat this for everything else. Because this is like a filter. It's gonna filter on all that has these different things. And then we draw the characters, and then we draw the projectiles. So there we go. Now, and if something happens to not have any of these, I guess we'll draw them here. So you can add these to the excludes to exclude everything else, or exclude everything that has these things. So that's gonna draw everything else essentially. Now this can be like generalized. Like you can say like draw layers, draw layer order is draw layer items, characters, projectiles. Okay. And so, and then you would loop through draw layer order, we'll do inline, we get a draw layer, and now instead of doing this 3 times, we can do it 1 time, and we'll put the draw layer in here. There we go, that's the same thing. I guess I need to try it more, but okay. It's not a $, it's an ampersand. Okay, so basically this. Let's say you want to have a list of numbers. It's a constant list of a bunch of numbers. Okay? Then you have this syntax. And I know it looks weird, but it's like a build-up of different things. So it's kind of like well, let's go through the first thing here. If you have an array of, let's say, 10 numbers, you can define it like this. You know, something like this. Blah, blah, blah. You need 10 things here. Whatever. Okay. So let's say you have an array of 10. Now this is the syntax for defining like an array. Okay, so that is this part. This part is defining the array. And this part is turning it into, like this part should be obvious if you're used to C or C++. Because this means take the address of this value. The ampersand is traditionally used in C and C++ and possibly other languages to get the address of a value. Right? So this simply says, I want the address of this. And here you can say whatever you want here. So that's what that means. And if you have like a pointer then to an array, it can get coerced into this type here, which is a slice type actually. It's not an array type, it's a slice type. Yeah, because a slice is essentially a pointer and a length in a struct, essentially. So it this is just a convenient way to construct this type here. And then numbers actually has, you can see here, it has a length, which is 4 items. And then it has a pointer, which points to the underlying, backing thing here, which in this case is actually a constant. So it will be put into like a read-only memory or something like that. Inline 4, I thought inline refers to inline assembler puzzle. Right, so inline 4 is a special thing in Zig where you're kind of you can think of it as unrolling a loop manually. But it is used in comp time to kind of generate code. So essentially what this means is that I have a comp time list of types, because types cannot exist in runtime. So this will automatically be like a comp time thing. Also, it's a constant, so it's automatically kind of it's a constant that doesn't refer to any runtime values. So it's a comp time, right? All of these are types. This is constant, so you can't change it. So everything here is comp time. Now, if you have a comp time thing, you can do an inline 4 over it, a comp time array, or a tuple. In this case, it's actually a tuple. But anyway, you can think of it as an array of 3 things that we loop through. And this will essentially generate the code. So it's essentially copy this over and over for all the 3 different types that we have in our list. So the first one would be, draw layer items. The second one is characters, and so on. So that's what that means, this inline 4 here. It's like generating a bunch of the same code over and over, but with different entries here. And I mean, in effect, you can think of it as also as unrolling the loop as well. Take time to explain. Yeah, no problem. I like talking about programming stuff and discussing things. I love programming. But yeah, so now we have this list of layers. We go through them in order and draw them each. And now we have this thing, which we also, but you can do, but we can't just say, like, for example, in TypeScript, you could do this, draw layer order, and that would kind of insert the things directly into this array. But in Zig, it's not quite as simple. However, you can probably do something like this. Since these are all comp time known, this should work. This is like a comp time known thing. So, and this is a comp time only append operation. It only works in comp time. So it's just for convenience, so you don't have to kind of deal with constructing like it otherwise. So it's a really nice, convenient thing. And now we have a way to kind of just, if we want another draw layer order, we just add it here and we don't need to change anything down here. Or if we want to change the order or whatever. And I like you talking about programming stuff. Nice. Great. Then it's mutual. The feeling is mutual. Okay. Let's now see if this works here. Oh, we're actually below these sprites. I guess those sprites will never really part of the thing. But now we can see the arrow is actually drawn on top there. Ah, interesting. The item was drawn on top of the dead body. I think the dead body might... Hang on. Why was that drawn below the item? But yeah, you can see now it goes it takes effect already. But why was that I think it's part of the melee attack. The melee attack will... Basically, we set animation to Goblin Dead. That caused it to be below the thing? That was weird. That shouldn't affect the draw layer. And this order should be correct. Items first, characters, projectiles. Wait, did I add draw layer items to the item? I don't think I did. No, that is probably the case. Yeah. So that means the items are now drawn on top of everything. Actually, you know what? Maybe we should draw things that doesn't have any layer on the bottom, because that makes more sense right now. But yeah, items should have the draw layer item. So when we generate an item, we should always have the item draw layer. There we go. Okay. No item for me. It has a 100% chance of spawning, but then it also has a chance of failing to generate an item because of how the system works. So now we get the item. Yeah, there we go. Now the item is like below the thing. Cool. So now that is done. The sprite draw order is done. Thing I had on my mind in between, since you considered it for mobile, like a touch. Yeah, maybe. Like it's still up in the air at this point. I think I probably won't do that, but I'm leaning towards it not being mobile friendly. Click points that target to walk was a necessity, but did you consider any waypoints as well? No. The problem is like interactions. Like, I guess the problem is like how, like right now the only thing you can do is move around. You can wait and you can move in, like, you know, north, northeast, east, southeast, and so on. All those like directions. But you cannot do basically anything else. You can attack if you happen to move into an enemy. And we can have other, like, those kind of default actions when you move into something, you know. But there's only so many things you can do with just moving into things. Like, what about firing a ranged weapon, or casting a spell, or equipping inventory, dropping items, using items, like all of these things? How would you even, like, I guess you could do like a UI that's touch based. You know, you can do that. Like, you open up your spell menu, maybe you can favorite a spell to cast, maybe, or something like that. I don't know. Then we would need like a total like touch-based interface that does all that. It would be cool to have both, maybe touch-based and keyboard-based. I mean, keyboard-based is so simple to, you just map the key to whatever you want. And then touch-based could be just depending on if you want to see it or not, I guess. I mean, maybe we'll do something like that. Because then I see it like this. We can always make it mobile friendly. We can start out by making it keyboard like oriented, and then making it mobile friendly through some smart, maybe like, yeah, adaptations to mobile. Something like that. I mean, and then you can do things like, okay, let's say I press here, like you can press anywhere on the screen to kind of say that I want to go to this place, and then potentially maybe it's like some roguelikes, like Adom, for example, have a button you can press to kind of say, I want to walk in this direction until something happens. And so if a monster appears through the darkness, then it's going to abort your auto walk. They even have like an auto explore option, so you just go through everything automatically in an optimal kind of way. But if you encounter anything at all, if you get any messages or any monsters appear, then it aborts the automatic mode, so you can manually react to what's happening. We could have the same kind of thing, but it's like instead of like auto explore, you would press on a tile, it will try to go there, and it would like play automatic mode until it reaches the point, or until I guess an event happens that should abort that auto mode. Alternative pure gestures for touch can work. Yeah, I think of that as well. Like you do a swipe motion up, then you go up, swipe motion up left, you go up left. I guess the problem there might be that the controls have to feel like, what if you press the wrong, like what if you accidentally do the wrong thing, or you want to abort the swipe or something, I don't know. Some games have like you press on the anywhere on the screen and you get like a joystick at that point, and now you can like do up. I've never really found any touch-based like real-time controls to be good, because it just doesn't feel good. Like swiping your like thumb over it feels like there's too much like friction or something, I don't know. It never really feels good to do that. But I think we can probably anything we'll do with the keyboard, we can probably kind of adapt to mobile at some point. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm probably just gonna ignore mobile, the thought of mobile, and then just implement things with keyboard first, and then possibly do an adaptation. The true effect was on tablet with gyro. Those Marble Labyrinth games. Yeah. The gyro stuff. Okay. What do we want to do now is the question. Do we want to like... We could try to add a little bit more monsters or items. We could try to go for like persistence. Would maybe be kind of cool. We can also go for like chests. I guess I'll write down also like ranged weapons. Maybe, inventory. Inventory, this implies that we need some kind of UI. Inventory, equipment, use items, select spells. How do you learn spells? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Ranged weapons, spells. Other types of actions. Some of these roguelikes have like a million different actions that you can take. Like Adom has, as I said before, like Adom has like, I think clean your ears or Yeah, clean your ears action mapped to a key on the keyboard. There's also like examine, I guess, as well. Like examine tiles. We could possibly do mouse-based or keyboard-based or both. Mouse is like, yeah, you can hover over a thing to see what it is. Sorry, one more. Last week I mentioned at the end waiting when entering so you don't accidentally move on a new pocket. Did you do that already? No, I didn't. I did not. So if I hold down, it's just doing this. But what I'm thinking is like if you hold down and you get into a new area, it's going to wait for you to release the button first before you can do anything. Is my my thought there on that. Also, the goblin is spawning inside the wall, but whatever. Because I kind of like the simplicity of this as well. Just going around pressing the keyboard. It's just that what if you want to make, like, how could we have this simplicity but also make it so that you can cast spells? And different spells and stuff like that. I don't think we can. That was funny. It's like the death animation is the same for everything now because we only have goblins, so even the player gets a goblin corpse when you die. Release triggers entering. Yeah, so basically, as soon as, let's say we enter a new area, the button that was used to press to get into that area is going to get stored. And then I guess we set like some flag that says that you have to release before we do anything. If that flag is on, we don't do anything except check for releasing of that button, like in the input system. And once it's released, then that flag gets cleared and you can continue. Yeah. I don't know about touch. Touch is going to work differently, I think. Yeah, I think touch, you always, like, if you hold down to a place, it's not really gonna mean keep going. It's just gonna mean, it's just gonna be edge detected. It's gonna be like on down, essentially. When you press, that's when things happen, not when you hold. When you hold, it doesn't do anything differently. It's not like you can hold on to a tile destination and have the character move there even though other things are happening. If something happens, you have to press again, is what I'm thinking there. What did I say about scope creep? I mean, we could also make it super simple. We can also make it so that you don't have spells or ranged weapons. The only thing you have is a melee attack. Or potentially... What if you have like one ability that depends on your class or something like that? I don't know. No, but I want it to be like a traditional roguelike. Okay. Should we try adding ranged weapons? So basically, if you have a ranged weapon equipped, let's do like you press a button. Or you click on the enemy. Maybe you just click on the enemy. To attack with a ranged weapon. That's simple enough, right? Okay. I mean, we can always change it. I think that should be added. A ranged weapon. Do you want to introduce mouse actions? I mean, the thing about roguelikes is like they are traditionally keyboard only, but I think that is just because of the limitations at the time. They were terminal based, and so a lot of those are like only keyboard based, and so yeah, that's the reason why it's like that. So there's really no man. Hang on, I want to test something here. I want to go to there's a modern. Well, maybe now it's not modern anymore. What the hell is this? Brogue is a roguelike. It's like more modern, I would say, than like a traditional roguelike. Maybe there are more web brogue. Is it the latest version? What the hell is this? Oh, okay. It's like you're streaming streaming your game or something. Yeah, but anyway, this is Brogue. Yeah, it's a modern take on it. So you can see like there's all these different colors and all that stuff. It's a more well, I would say it's maybe a more modern. Maybe it is terminal based actually. I was sure it had mouse support. I don't know, maybe not. But anyway, what I was trying to say is essentially, yeah. So those old had like only keyboard support. So why not have mouse support? Like why not have that? You know? One solution is to detect the target based on proximity. Yeah, I was thinking that as well. Like you press the button and you select a target. I guess if you only have one target, maybe you wanna automatically shoot at that target. But if you or potentially like in Zelda, where you have a focus on one enemy, and once you press the button, it's gonna automatically target that focused enemy. A stuff of Discord sounds scary. That could be a thing. Like you press tab or something to switch target. Then you don't really need the mouse either, I guess. Let's add a thing. I just realized that my items cannot be like both hands. Let's add, where's the base? Here. So I want a bow. The bow is ranged, so you won't have any of these, but it would be ranged. We don't have like a ranged thing, a ranged item. But let's see, what kind of sprite are you? You are this. So 339131. Also, we can make this shader as well. The shader that like outlines the things. You could make this the shader and then generate, like if we import these sprites, that would generate like the outline and render it to another texture that is the actual texture that then gets used. I mean, I guess we don't actually need a shader for that. We can just use the method we're using for the colors, or I mean the text outline. Spellcasting would be in ranged weapons category, I guess. Yeah, that would be kind of the same thing. It's like you have a selected spell and you have a focused target. So the only thing you need to do is press the button to cast the spell, essentially. Is what I'm thinking. Okay, let's just create a component called like item ranged or something, weapon ranged. Generate item outline, yes. I mean, it's either that or manually putting the outline on every tile that we're using, which I'm currently doing right now. So I mean, it doesn't take that long to do it. It's just that I like to automate things. I mean, that's what was good with this tile set. It's so simple that is so easy to work with. So doing things with it doesn't take that long. All right, so now we can generate a bow as well. Now here's another thing. It's like, yeah, these are the base for left hand, but what if like we have like different categories? This is kind of like a different category. So what if we're looking for a ranged weapon? It's not really a stat, is it? It's more like a qualifier. Because when you have single pixels, you need to basically do recursive on those corners. I think, okay, I have an idea about a shader algorithm for the outline. So, well, right now, we actually do have kind of like an algorithm for drawing an outline for text. And what we do is we simply take the same text or the same graphic, we turn it black, and we move it over 1 pixel to the left and draw it. And then we move it over 1 pixel to the top left and draw it. 1 pixel to the north, draw it. 1 pixel to the northeast, 1 pixel to the east, 1 pixel southwest, southeast, blah, blah, blah. And so we shift it around and draw it. So now we get like a smeared out version of the thing, which will always be like 1 pixel away from the original, right? And then we draw the original on top of that. And that will give us an outline of the thing. So it's like we don't have to like loop through the pixels to find the things and do that. We just draw everything basically, but then the downside is you have to draw it 8 times. However, in the case of text, yes, we have to do it every time because otherwise we have to pre-render the text. But if we do it through items like these icons here, we just have to do it 1 time. Yeah. So that is one way to do it. Another way is like if you want to use like something that I guess is a little bit more dynamic. I'm thinking of a shader that is like, oh my god, that is like this, a shader that looks at each pixel. So it goes through here, it looks through each pixel of the texture, but it also looks at the neighboring cells. I'm not sure how well you can see this here, but it looks at the neighboring cells, and if there is one cell that is like not transparent, then we draw a black pixel. So here we don't draw a black pixel because there's no adjacent non-alpha cells or opaque cells. So, and here as well. As soon as we get over here, this pixel will be drawn black because we have one, non-transparent or opaque cell. So then we draw black here. Same thing over here. However, when we get over here, we don't draw anything because the pixel itself is opaque, so we don't draw over that cell. So then we pick this cell. So only for transparent pixels, it's gonna do that. Like a flood fill. Well, I don't know. I don't know about flood fills, but because I think flood fills have like a very like, I don't know. I've never really studied flood fill algorithms. I feel like they can be complicated, right? But this is simply like an edge detection, essentially, right? So then it goes through everything and draws a black pixel whenever it finds a neighbor that is filled in, and it doesn't overwrite the already filled in stuff. So that shader would work, I think. And that could be used to draw like an image like this, and then you would get like a final output as well. So that's another way to do it, I guess. That's more efficient, probably. Because it uses like the GPU and stuff like that. But anyway, we should have a bow item. The question is, how do I make this system like force bows is the question. Maybe we can filter out based on that. If we convert this list to a bunch of weights based on what we want. So what we could do is we could have tags. Okay, let's do so in here in the bias we're gonna have tags, which is also gonna be an enum map, and this time we're gonna have the enum is item tags, which we need to actually make. Now we can either manually do this, or I'm just going to be lazy and pick the field enum of CE, which is all of these things. Now they don't necessarily have to be tags, and we could potentially construct an actual list of tags, but I'm just going to pick these. Those are the item tags, and this goes into a bias setting. And we initialize it with an empty thing. Cheapest way on 8-bit machines. You simply flip the sprite character on X and Y, do the flood fill repeatedly, so you fill from each edge corner. In the end, you flip back to original orientation. You flip the sprite. You fill from each edge corner. Yeah, okay. Because I can't think of a flood fill algorithm without starting to think about recursion. Like, how do you fill in, you know, how do you spill into little holes and stuff like that? Okay, you finally actually did it. Nice. Brute force also works. Okay, yeah, sure, that's fine. 2 latent bugs fixed along the way. Okay. Nice. Cool, cool, cool. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Fix the function block. Okay, so... Okay, so what's left in the current task? I forget. I think it's done, actually. Once I'm done with this, we will have in Runic basic comp time, like generics, standard library, a bunch of other fixes. Yeah, there's a lot of things in this one here. Holes are checked by basically bit shifting, so the holes at some point end up on the corner. If you want to brute force it, resources are scarce. You do checksums for each line. Choose what's best. Wait, holes are checked by basically bit shifting, so that holes at some point end up on the corner. If you want to brute force it, if resource causes you to check sounds for each line. All right. That's one thing that I would like to look up, because I have like a game I make like an editor for my other game, and that editor has a tile map editor where you can paint in and stuff like tiles and stuff like that. And the one thing that is like missing is or not one thing, but one of the more basic things, missing is the flood fill. Because I've never really understood by myself how to actually implement that without some kind of weird recursion thing. But I will look up, because I am interested in looking up that algorithm. Okay, but now we have like tags. We can define what tags we want to have as a bias, but we're not really using it. So what I'm thinking is when we generate the thing from the base, I want to pick the tag that kind of matches the bias. So it's gonna be a little bit different. I'm gonna turn this into a bunch of weights depending on how much they match the tags. So base items to weights. It's gonna give us a list of weights, and you know what? Couldn't we make use of these fancy constructs here? Dynamic bit set. What do we want for this? We want weight. So we want like a map. It's not going to be an enum. Well, I guess it could be an enum of the field enum of the tuple. Actually. Or like an array. Yeah, an enum array. The enum is like, well, we'll get a bunch of base items. This is going to be the field enum of type of base items. And the value is an F32, it's the weight. Okay. And so we will construct the weights like this. And can we say empty? Okay, what is... This is an enum field struct with value null. So we have to put them in there. We can also do this, maybe? I think we have to put something there. Init values. Default is null. Init values tag. Where is default used then? Oh, it's used here. Default value. Oh. Right. Okay, so it's set to the default. Okay. But it's... I'm confused. Well, you have to put every, like, you have to have every value in this thing. It's not going to be optional, right? The field, so splat data, yeah, it's not optional. So maybe we don't want an array. Maybe we want a set or a map. I mean, a map, right? Yeah, a map. No, but there's no way to get the array out. No, let's make an array. I changed my mind because later we want to use this weights array. Actually, maybe we don't even return this type. Maybe we just return. We actually just return the actual array, the backing array. So what? So your indexer count. Okay. So we need to have. So we would have like this, and then enums indexer of field enum of type of base items, and then index. Wait. Indexer count. Yeah, count. Okay. And then F32. So we get this array. It can be const. Well, do we put const in? No. No, we get the array. Okay, yeah. We get the array. Cool. And then in the end, we would just return the values. There we go. Now we're using zig. All right. Because we don't need to allocate or do anything weird like that. So now we'll loop through the base items. And we will convert each, so basically weights, set, and then the key is basically we get I. The key is like enum from int I, and the value is base item to weight. Also, we need self as well. Probably, let's just do a pointer or whatever. Base item. So, assuming we have this function, now we're simply looping through, we're creating this array, enum array. We're looping through all the things. Wait, do we even need this enum array? I think the only reason why I would want it is because so that I can know the length of the tuple. Because we could just make this into an actual array now. Instead, okay, that was kind of weird. Yeah, let's, and also, do you even, no, because you're a tuple, like, do you have a length? Oh, you have a length even. It's not even a tuple. Oh my god. It's actually a slice. And we can actually type this out. Then we don't even, but that was a good, it was a good exercise. However, the problem is now we don't know the length of the array that we should, yeah, this is the issue. Now, this is the issue. So what if we actually type it here as an array instead? Yeah. Because now we know the length. What's happening? Oh yeah, we have to remove the dot there. There we go. Now we know the length. Okay. So, I mean, I guess we could know that anyway, because it's a constant, or it's a comp time, but whatever. Let's do, now base items would be, now it's an any type, because we could potentially put in anything there. And now we kind of need, well, actually we could just do like length now. Base items length. And this would be, wait, yeah, this is just base items length F32. Well, it's gonna be this undefined, and then we loop through the weights. And the base items. And now instead of doing all this crap, we can just do this. Okay. And then we just return weights, and we don't need to do anything with that weird stuff. Okay, there we go. I was so into like trying to find a use for these things, but turns out we just need an array. All right, now we need a function that takes one item and turns it into a weight. Now the base item, we know what that is. It's gonna be a CE and it's gonna be stats. Okay, and then it gives us an F32. And what I will do is I will return 1 for now. And we'll figure it out. But I need to BRB for like a couple of minutes here. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Good luck. Thank you, Piano. Welcome back. Okay, so let's get to this function. I'll just deal with this first here. Because that's essentially done. This is blah blah blah. Was genuinely left. Documentation, documented non-blocking limitation as working must fix list piped into module member stage isn't coerced. Call it directly. Fixing would extend pipeline param coercion beyond local bindings. List piped into a module member stage isn't coerced. Okay, explicit deferred. Generics, right. For open design questions, UTF-8 bytes, monomorphization, strategy, function type, syntax, content, depth. Still marked in progress even though all items are not. Phase 4. All right. Okay, base item to wait. So I'm gonna base this on the tag biases. And I guess essentially we'll iterate through the tags and see if we have anything that matches the current base item. How would we calculate? I guess if anything is banned, then we would have to return 0. Otherwise, I guess it's going to be like a weight, some kind of weighted sum here. Okay, so entry key is this is whatever key this has, the item tag, which is just a field enum of what's it called? The component enum, yes. So I think we probably have to like switch on it to get the inline else, to get the ComTime version here. And then we say, so then this is the ComTime version of the item tag. We will then say if base item, if field of base item has this tag. So basically, if we have a value on that tag, if it's not null, that is, then we would now check let's put sum at 1 to start with. Do we want, is it going to be the product? Or is... Alright, so if we have the thing, we need to also check entry value weight. Yeah, I guess it's the product. Makes sense. So basically, we go through all the bias tags that we've defined. So we can define, for example, a ranged attack or item ranged or weapon ranged, whatever the tag was. And we define that tag. And then we can we can assign a weight to that tag. So let's say we assign a weight of 10. So then it's going to be 10 more likely to summon a ranged weapon than it is to not summon a ranged weapon or something like that. It depends on how many base items there are actually. But everything else is going to get 1 and this is going to get 10. Now, if we can also ban weapon ranged. So if we ban weapon ranged, then the weight is going to be 0. So it's going to be like it's going to be 0 out the product, which will basically remove those from being able to be chosen. All right, and so there we go. Now we have the product there. That will be turned into the base thing there. Okay. And then here, instead of just getting a random base item from all the base items, we have a filtered base item. So filtered base items is gonna be, well, first, filter base items, we are going to have, well, actually, get random base item. Let's do this one instead. And it's going to give us a base item. You know what? It's probably, we can probably just create the base item type. And then instead of doing this, we're gonna get a random base item from left-hand base items. Yeah. And so we get weights is gonna be base items to weights. And then we just return game random weighted index. Actually, we get the index here. Weighted index of F32, proportions is weights, and we return base items I. Okay. Weighted index weights. Oh, I need to pass in a pointer. No field name animation into ball. Oh. Wait. Base item 0. That's right. 0 means the CE. That's right. Let's do this. Okay, so now if we go to demo, with all that, we can go to demo and we can say the player is created at 10:07. So let's generate an item. So item, generate item, and the position will be at 11 or 10:08. And then we have an option. So here we can say, for example, bias equals to tags, and we want to have init. Are you a Porsche? Yes, you are. So we init with weapon ranged equal to 10. Okay, so that will kind of like prioritize the weapon ranged tag to be generated. So hopefully we'll get a bow here. Biases, tags. Oh yeah, I have to say dot weight 10. There we go. Or actually, you know what? I have to have I'll add a constructor here. It's just so much easier. Oops. There we go. So now it's much more likely to get a bow than to get... Of course we don't get the bow. You know what? Let's do this like a bunch of times. Let's do this like 10 times. And we'll do 11. Let's do like 4. All right, let's see if this actually kind of works. Oh. I mean, that does not look like 10 times more chance to me. I mean, yeah, you can see, okay, you can actually see that it does kind of work. It's just that sometimes you get a weapon anyway, I guess. But yeah, I just wanted to have a sort of guaranteed. I mean, I guess you could put infinity there, to be fair. Okay, now it's sort of always guaranteed. Whoops. Yeah. What if we put... Does this work? Infinite? F32. Should work, right? It's just a number. It's infinitely... Okay, maybe it doesn't work. Is it dividing by it or something? Okay. So one of your infinite. Do you say anything about infinite? No. It's up to infinite exclusive. Okay. Yeah, sum is just gonna be infinite, right? And so it tries to find a range less than infinite sum. But S is... What the hell is S? Oh, that's the label. Sorry. So that is a float that is infinite. And then here... Oh, if it's an int, we do this. If it's a float, it's gonna be like min is random float times sum. So basically from 0 to infinite. Reached unreachable code. 429. Assert that point is less than sum. Sum minus epsilon. But that's still going to be infinite, I think. The infinite minus something is still infinite. So point is now equal to sum. So point is infinite and sum is infinite. So infinite does not work here, unfortunately. Well, whatever. I guess it makes sense. What if two weapons have infinite chance? That's like a paradox. They get like their own league. Like then they would have equal chance. Like if two weapons have like infinite, there would be like a 50-50 between those only or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, this sort of guarantees to get a bow. Okay. No, 7-11. Let's do that. Okay, we get a bow. Now it's like, okay, so when we have a bow, we wanna like press a button to shoot the enemy, right? Also, it would be cool if let's go to animations, and I'll add player bow. So you kind of see that the player actually carries a bow. So that would be somewhere over yonder. Where is it? Here, I think. $2029. All right, so now that is that. I guess, is it part of this here? Right. If item has ranged, then wait, no. Context is the player. Then context get animation we want to get player bow. There we go. Wait. Oh yeah, that's a function. Okay. Is it gonna show the bow on the player when we pick it up? It failed to create an item. Come on. I know you can do it. What if we say return null while this is null, do that, do nothing. There we go. Now we're guaranteed, and there we go. Now we have a bow. Oh, it disappeared. And that's because over here we're getting like a new animation and stuff like that. I'm just gonna not do that. You know what? Let's just remove this. Whatever. Okay. Okay. Now, if we press space, we should do a ranged attack towards a target. I guess for right now, we could just pick like the closest target, to be honest. So if is done, if's down like attack, maybe. I'm gonna map that to space. So if we're doing an attack, then we're gonna do a ranged attack. I guess the projectile sprite depends on the weapon, but for now we're just gonna pick the arrow. So goblin or monster, goblin, archer. I'll just copy that. Welcome back, Penguin. All right, we're adding ranged attack to the player so we can attack with a bow. So we press attack. Then we want to do a ranged attack. Now, what is the target? So the target is what we need to figure out here. So the target will be get closest enemy to the player. Wait, do we have, I think it's the context, right? Get closest enemy, and that's gonna be the target. Okay, so we need this function. Guess we can copy this maybe. Click closest enemy to the thing. And yeah, I guess technically if we don't find it, we don't actually do anything. So only if we actually get a target, then we're done. Okay. You give us the board vector. Yeah, that's a super simple thing. board position of our context is get board position dot position, and then the target position. No, we don't have a target position. We have our board position. We are going to iterate through everyone that has a board position and that is like an enemy. I'm not sure if the monsters... Do they have like an enemy tag? Yes, they do. Okay, so we can just look for the enemy tag. Wait. Here. So they have a board position and they are an enemy. We will look for those. We'll check dialogue. Oh yeah, we did do like a little dialogue. Wait, did we do that? No, I think that's from the JRPG. Yeah. So we go through all of those. We're gonna go get their board position. Target position. And we're gonna check if board position equals target position, then wait, no, that's not correct. What we want to check is we want to get the distance to I'm gonna make a floating version here. So the distance from board F board position and F target position, that is now the distance there. If distance is less than min distance, then min distance equals to distance, and min context is target context. And here we need like min distance is a F32, and then start at infinite F32. And min context is, I guess, undefined. If we don't find, actually, this would be a optional, which starts at null. And then in the end, we will return the context that we found or didn't find. Cool. We could also have a radius limit. So reach radius, yeah, and that could be set to infinite, whatever. But we want the distance should also be like, if distance is more than radius, then we skip this one. Okay, and in the future, I will probably, if I ever get to putting dynamic objects into the grid cells instead of having them loose and goose to always do like these brute force type algorithms, I will change this to use the grid system instead to like get me within this radius of this position, get me all the entities, essentially. But anyway, if we're outside a given radius, we don't care. If we're inside and we are also the shortest distance, then we update this to match. And in the end, we have someone someone that is closest. Okay. So now, closest enemy should also have a radius. Now I'm not sure what radius this will be. It's like ranged attack range. Let's just say it's like, I don't know, four tiles, something like that. Yeah. I mean, that's basically it. And then, you know, you just press the button and you're gonna do an attack. I mean, technically, we could make this work as like, you know, Vampire Survivors. We don't actually have an attack. You don't have an attack button. You just move around and it's gonna automatically attack. I don't know. Except it's like turn-based. So, yeah, I don't know. We can experiment as well, but get closest enemies. Oh, you need, no, you don't need game. Okay. So if I press space, nothing happens, nothing happens. And there you go. Nice. Oh, and I pick up a... okay, now I don't have... Wait, I still have the weapon. No, I shouldn't have the weapon. Oh, I always do the thing, even though I don't have a ranged attack. I see. So we don't even need a bow to do this. We have to check do we have... Okay, basically, what type of weapon do we have? So basically, I need to actually go into my equipment. And I need to go into equipment, left hand, and basically check, do you have a weapon ranged? Now we can do the attack. Okay, I'm gonna generalize this more later, but I just wanna get it working here. Okay, so if I press, oh, I get attacked. I press attack. I kind of saw that the item actually spawned. Well, it does spawn because it already the monster is already dead, but then the animations didn't play out. Right. Okay, but anyway, now we equip this one, and now I shouldn't be able to do a ranged attack anymore. Yeah, I can't press space anymore. I can, however, just mangle these guys. Man, where's the ranged attacks? The ranged weapons? Oh shit, do I die now? No. Come on. Give me a bow so I can test this. Oops. I think I'm dead after like one more magic missile there. Can you please get over here? Or maybe you? Yes! Kind of sneaking up. Oh my god. Now, where's the bows? They're supposed to be able to drop a bow. Oh, there we go. I'm fitting. Our archer dropped a bow. Now I should be able to attack again. Funnily enough, the goblins don't aggro when I deal damage. They should like always aggro. If I deal damage to... Yeah. So... Question is, should that be... How would that work? It could be an event... Excuse me. It could be an event... It would have to be some kind of state that's changed on the goblin somehow. Yeah, we could do it like this. We could set... I mean, yeah, we could just add a component, actually. So, like, it gets damaged. This is kind of part of, like, the board rules. So we damage them. Basically, that happens sort of here. And then here they would... I guess the timing doesn't exactly matter here because it's turn-based. I mean, I guess we could just create a component that is like the goblin was damaged by the player or something like that. And then the state machine will simply look at, okay, if I'm not in aggro mode, I want to check, okay, was I damaged by the player? If I was, then I will go to aggro mode. So then we'd leave it up to the state machine to determine what to do with this state. And the ranged attack is simply saying, hey, I did some damage to you, but you get to decide what to do with that information, essentially. Okay. And then we can even like just remove it. Damaged. We can have, I mean, I guess we can have the actual damage being dealt. We can have... No, let's start there. And then over here we'll also check if has damaged, then remove damaged and set state to aggro as well. This is like a common behavior, but I have to copy it because Yeah. And then the mage also has the same thing. There we go. So now all of these, like, as soon as they get damaged, they will aggro. Okay, and then we'll go to... where do we go? We go to the attacks. And when we land an attack, I guess it doesn't matter if we hit or not. We will add... Maybe damaged is the wrong term. Maybe it's attacked is probably better. Okay. And then here we will say target, add attacked. Damage is damage dealt. Okay. Right, and then the same with my range attack. I mean, this should also have damage dealt. Because you could have like armor. And stuff like that, so... No. And I guess Fireball would also have it, but... Yeah, fine, why not? The player simply ignores the attacked one, but the goblins will react to it. Oh. I thought it crashed, but I think it hanged. So it has the thing. We remove it. We set state to aggro. Now aggro doesn't care about the attacks thing anymore. It just tries to do stuff. What if we don't attack? Okay, they can still move around and all that stuff. Well, now you're aggroed me anyway. This guy does not aggro me, so let's do that. Okay. Okay, it might be another issue. I think the issue is probably in the pathfinding. Sometimes the pathfinding hangs, I think, is the issue. It could be that. What I'm gonna do is, curiously, we didn't get that much last time though. So maybe it's not, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to, where did we have that? Line of sight. You're right. This is kind of the raycast algorithm right here. So we have a range. Let's also have like a maximum of iterations of like, I don't know. It depends on the range, I guess. The range, let's do like range times 2 floor. And then int cast. I guess, yeah, whatever. So it's like, yeah. I mean, it could potentially be far longer. No, it can't. Wait, it's gonna go, try to go in a straight line, right? So, yeah, this should be fine. Actually, let's do times 4 just to be safe. All right. Now, over here, we're going through a number of iterations. I'm going to go to 0 to max iterations. If we reach the max iterations without returning, we are going to be down here, and we're simply gonna return false because we're not in line of sight. And I'm gonna log out here. I'm gonna log like error. Has line of sight max iterations reached of max iterations. So we would know what, if that was the cause, if that is actually happening as well. Oh, int from float. That's right. So this guy hasn't aggroed me yet. So once I shoot, now it should be aggroing me. Yeah, now it's like following me around. Okay. Interestingly, we can actually shoot through walls. Let's see if I can aggro you. Yes. I can still like use my melee. I guess. And now I lost the ability to shoot. Yeah, I don't know. There's no like consistent way to get this line of sight thing. feel like. Let's see if we got some messages. Pass line of sight. No? Okay. Oh, we'll keep an eye out for that. Keep an eye out. Okay, but now the attacks will trigger like an aggro thing on the monsters. The thing about the state machine, I think what I'm gonna do is possibly kind of maybe we'll have like one common state machine. Unless it's like a super special like boss or something like that. Hello, abbreviated. Welcome back. How's it going, man? I've seen you stream around, but yeah, I basically never watch other streamers. Like sometimes I do, but yeah, how's it going, man? I'm just perpetually tired. Yeah, I think it's a thing nowadays. I think the entire world is going into sleep or something. The consciousness of the universe is tired. Sleep sounds good. Might try that. Yes. Tired of AI. Yes, hello Eternal Guilt, hello. What was I gonna say? Like, yeah, I wish I was a big streamer, but yeah. How's it going with the animation plugin or the GIF? What was it called? The GIF tuber or PNG tuber or what was it called? I'm good. I would call with a colleague now, see if we can convince him to stay at the company. Oh, well, good luck. I hope it works out. What is it today? 28th of August. We'll go for a little bit more and then I have to go and eat the stuff. I personally favor him leaving, but officially I'm asked to attend. Oh. I thought it was like the other way around, like... Okay. I thought you wanted it to stay, and then... Yeah, okay. Man. What the hell? And okay, so what do they do if you fail? Whether he stays or leaves, his problems ain't gonna be sorted. He's just trying to escape from them. Sounds like a nice company. Okay, what are we doing here? We have ranged, so now we kind of have ranged weapons now. Cool. And I mean, I guess we could just add a whole bunch of items, I guess. Like base items for these things. We can add like a crossbow as well, I guess. Because we have the graphics, we have the technology. Crossbow is here. 391. Whether it stays or leaves, change nothing for me. Works in a different team, but I'm still responsible for him. It would mean I have less management duties. Okay, well. But I mean, what I mean is like good for the company is like it doesn't sound good when you're saying that that an employee is trying to escape. I'm trying to help him sort his issues out, so we'll see. Okay. Yes, less work is good. Well, I guess less boring work. I don't mind. If I could work as a game developer, I wouldn't mind. I mean, I mind. Even though it's work. Like, yeah, that would be really cool. Actually. Instead of working in web dev. While loop. Great. Okay. It works. Cool. Map generics. Capture. Do the follow up. Yes, the word escape sounds like, you know, like it's a prison that you don't want to be, or a place you don't want to be in. I wouldn't say specifically escape from his employer because of this employer. He's just escaping from something that takes 35 hours of time a week because he thinks that's going to enable him to sort his life out. I mean, what about income and outcome? I switch full-time gadget game dev? What the hell does that mean? Oh, is that like the popular genre or whatever right now? Okay, but anyway, it doesn't have financial issues, my knowledge. Okay. So why? I mean, I don't think it's wrong then. I think, I mean, you know, sometimes you need some time off. Cash grab games galore. Maybe that's what I need to do. Just make some stupid game just to have an income so I can work on other games. Why not? Right, I added the crossbow, that's what I did. Right, yes. And it enables you to do ranged damage. Actually, what I would like to do is add more monster types. Because that would kind of generalize monster generation as well. Right now we only have we only have like goblins. Yeah, maybe that's what we'll do. We'll do a bunch of other monsters and stuff. Yeah. We don't have to talk about a person that I don't know about and that you know and we don't need to talk about. Yeah. Let me know the other questions unanswered. I kind of rewriting some parts of VTuber thingy. Okay. Did you, like, is it functioning? Changing the way it integrates must restart. Oh, okay. So I guess it was functioning at some point. Or maybe still is. So the monsters right now is just goblins. We have goblin warrior, archer, and mage. We have like a goblin type thing. We have common things added to all the goblins with some settings there. And then we have these 3 generation functions, different health, and you have a different speed, and different state machines, and different monster, or different graphics, yeah. But I would like to have a more generic way to do things, but I think that in order to do that, I want to add something that is not a goblin, then kind of get an idea of what we need to do here. It's functioning now with fewer features because I deleted some code. And then GIMP plugin, I have been meaning to add 2 fixes since June, but I haven't gotten around to it. Okay. Nice. Well, okay. What I'm guessing your job is wait, or are you working at a programmer? Like, are you working with programming, or are you like a middle management kind of dude? I'll need to create some new animations, so I'll use that as an excuse to update his code. Right, yes. That's a good plan. I am technical, but I have some people I'm still responsible for. Okay. Cool. Let's look at the tile sheet and see what we can add here. What do we want to add? Something sufficiently different. We have like a devil or minotaur, maybe. Maybe the minotaur has like a stomp effect or something. I don't know what this is supposed to be. I'm thinking kobolds just because of like the color, but this kind of ponytail thing is throwing me off. Also, what the hell is happening with the black background there? I don't know. Okay, time for the meeting. Bye-bye. Yeah, see you later. Thanks for joining. Catch you later. Have a nice day. What are these? Actually, we could just... Yeah, we could just do this, to be honest. Something happened to these things. I don't want to fill in everything, because then everything gets filled in. It's kind of... Yeah. Okay. What do we do? We have, I don't know, dwarfs or pygmies, midgets. I have no idea. Are you a kobold? Maybe? Who knows? We have skeletons. Skeletons could have like a special ability. Maybe they like rise back up or something. They have a chance to like respawn. We could have... Oh my god, what's happened? What's happened to this guy? It's like a dark knight type of thing. A dark nut from Zelda. I have no idea what happened to this tile set here. Okay. And this one is missing for some reason. Oh, this has to be a minotaur here. Wasn't there a minotaur up here? Oh, it's like the same thing, sort of. Maybe. No, this definitely looks like a minotaur. This looks more like a devil then. With a trident. Yeah. Respawn teleporting, you need to burn the bones to let them rest in pieces. Yeah, that reminds me of the zombies in Quake. That you have to blow up for them to die properly. What is this supposed to be? Like a hobbit? We have like a dark mage or something. A ghost. Male ghost, female ghost. No, this is like an... Oh, this is an imp. Yeah. This... What the hell is that supposed to be? It's got this weird stance. I'm not sure what's going on here. A fisherman's hat. I don't know. This looks like maybe like a zombie or golem or something. Not sure. Here's like space welder helmet. Hello, Crash Log. How's it going? Hello, hope you're having a nice day. Yeah, thank you. Same to you. What's up? What the hell is this? Like ball face? This is a minotaur. Man, how many minotaurs are there? This has to be the minotaur, right? Or it's just a cow man. Maybe it's just a cow man. It's like different types of minotaurs. Ghost, another ghost type. Or is this a djinn, maybe? This is a djinn. And this is the ghost. Leprechaun. Wizard. Angel. Gargoyle. Lizard person. Bird person? Nagas. Mermaids. Mermans. Squid face. Zoidberg. Does the first blue one have a scythe? Reminded me of a reaper. The first blue one? Everyone has the same weapon. It's just they have like different, yeah. You can see they're kind of, everyone on this column has the same thing. Everyone on this column has a hammer. These one have like some other type of hammer. These one have like, I don't know what this is. A little ball. This is a trident. This is like a trident upside. Yeah, this is a trident in the ground. This is a trident going up. I guess this is a shield. This is another type of shield. I don't know. This is like a fist. It's like they're holding out their fist or something. A torch. A spear, maybe. Another type of shield. Fishing pole. Another shield, another shield. And not sure what this is. Like a hammer again? Nothing. Just idle. Maybe. Not sure what that is. Oh, that's the robe version. So here's the like the naked version. Here's the robe version. But then the robes versions have different things. A book, a magic ball, a wand, dual wielding, a whip. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of these. All right. Cthulhu, man. What the hell is this? It's like, okay, it's just like multiple things on the same. Okay. Like maybe these are like NPCs. Maybe these are like children supposed to be playing around or something. What the hell is this supposed to be? Like dogs or something? Here's a bunch of like animal people. Camel riding. Or yeah, mounted. Slimes. Wizards. There's a lot of things. 6th row. This one. Oh, you mean a net? Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's whatever you want it to be. Like, you kind of have to work with your imagination a little bit here. Are these like primitive people? They don't use weapons? I don't know. Punk rockers? Big brain aliens, maybe? No, wait. This has to be military, right? Yeah, there's so many different things. Okay. I mean, a slime would kind of work. We could do like a slime that, like, you know, usually slimes morph together into a larger slime. Maybe. Or we could just do, I was thinking like either like the devil type or like the minotaur. The minotaur with a stompy effect. Or a knight with, where's the knight? Here's the knight. A knight with like a shield that has increased defenses or something. And then there's like the dual wheels. There's the dual wheels like over here somewhere. Here. a maze. Or I mean a, what is called? It's not a morning star. Yeah, Packler, I can't really understand which one you're talking about because I'm moving so much. So whenever you, especially since you're on YouTube, when you say something, it's gonna take me. I've already moved on, so I don't know what you're referring to. I see. This is like another type of knight over here. Here we go. Here's like a knight with a shield and a sword. This guy over here. Left of the barrier of the characters? What? The barrier? Do you mean here? Oh. It's, yeah. I'd never seen this. Yeah, it's definitely R2D2. It's because it has like all these different themes. So here's like a space sci-fi theme. It's a sci-fi here, you know, you have like space stuff. Here's like computers and gears and yeah, it has like all kinds of different things. This tile set. Like every time you look here, you're gonna find something you didn't see before. Now, where the hell am I? 1919. 1990, I mean. Here we are, okay. This one, well, okay, I guess I could just look at this. 1990, 170, that is what that is. I'm gonna go to animations, and we're gonna add knight, sword, shield. $19.90 and $170. And potentially here we could just, since they are all columned, we could say that, okay, the knight is like one column, it's at 170 and then it starts at some offset. And then to get the sword shield, we just offset by some X to get that. So then you can like define all the monsters technically pretty simply and get the animation from that. But yeah, anyway, so there's knight, sword, and shield. Maybe we'll have like knight dead because we want the death animation as well, which is this one here. So it's like, well, it's gonna be the same as, yeah. So the X is the same as this, while the Y is, you know, the knight version. So there we go. There's the dead there. What I'm gonna add as well is like, yeah, let's add like death settings. Oops. And we're gonna have a sprite. And there we go. Essentially, yeah. And so we go to monsters. Now we have like the common one is death settings equals init. And actually, let's change this to animation actually. Animations key. Animations key. Okay, so now like when we do like melee attack, for example, and we cost the death, here is like the thing happening. Now the animation is gonna be target get. Let's do try get. I'll do like, if we have that settings, then we know we can actually get it. Actually, we can't get it. It doesn't matter actually. I'll do like undefined. Yeah. Okay, so try get will say try get death settings. Actually, we have to kind of do this because we need an actual death settings, and then animation. All right. Okay. So, when something dies, we will play the death animation by looking up the death settings of the thing. Now this needs to be replicated over at ranged attack as well. But we need to wait, or do you even? Oh, we don't even have this on the ranged attack. Okay, this only happens on the melee attack. We need to generalize this somehow. Like, we need to have some type of generic thing that gives us the death monad thing, animation. Okay, but anyway, now we can go to monsters. Now I already added that, yes. Death settings, you are gonna be goblin dead. That's what you're gonna be. But that's just for goblins. When we now, let's extend this here. I guess instead of this just being a goblin, we could just have it a monster type. And create monster. There we go. And then this can now be goblin warrior, goblin archer, and goblin mage. And we can add knight. All right. So I will copy these things, put them over here. Actually, let's just put create knight here. So we need game. Don't have you, we don't have you. We have board position, and we don't have these things. Wait, why are you? Oh. Okay. Animation is gonna be knight, sword and shield. Position is the same. We don't call this. I mean, we don't even need to do that. We can just say create entity here directly instead. All right, now what did you add after that? Not really anything, right? No. Okay, so we need like a state machine. So let's take the warrior state machine, make you a knight state machine. And there we go, we basically have the same thing. Okay, and then you're gonna be initial state, which is knight state machine initial. Health, I guess, let's do like 10. But it's gonna be slow, maybe. And you are knight dead. And race, right, I guess it's a human maybe, who knows. And possibly base attributes, maybe it actually has more strength. Oh, right. We can do this. No, impartial. Yeah. Okay. So now we can specify, for example, strength equals 3. God damn it. And that will be overwritten to the other thing. Cool. So now we have a knight. Was there anything else I forgot about this here? Nope. Okay, so now knight is like one of the monster types, so that will automatically be like randomly generated, essentially. Oh, animations 42. Oh, I didn't add the dead enum. If try get unable to resolve comp time value? What? because it wants the animation tag to be comp time. I mean, oh my god. Why do we want it to be comp time? I don't know. Expected this, found that. Oh, right. I need to actually put a type here. Let me actually do this as well. Instead of having like init, let's make with defaults. Like, what if we don't even care about... We just want the part or the type P, and then we can't even use it. That's the thing. And we can't put declarations on it. That's what's like makes this bad. Okay, with defaults, self. Well, or we could just pass in the partial, I guess. And we need a... No, yeah. We get the actual struct out. So var s equals struct. And then we say copy to. I will actually just change this API here. We don't actually create this type. It's just a struct with a bunch of functions on it. And instead of this, we do like copy to partial to s and then return s. Okay. So now what we do is we say with defaults. Actually, we just return with defaults attributes. And then we're gonna get some error somewhere else because I'm using it over here. And it's gonna be the same thing. So this is options instead. All right. Generic zig question. The destructuring in function signature to interface arguments. Is there a simple way to match them as set, similar to overloading for porting to zig from langs that use it? Well, first of all, there's no overloading in zig. What we do is we kind of use like one function. Either you have one function with like an options, or like, you know, you pass in like a union enum or like a tagged union or something like that if you want like different ways to call the function, or you simply have multiple functions. That also works. So that is one thing. I'm not sure if I understand your question really. The destructuring in the function signature to interface arguments. To match them as sets. You can do constraints, like you can inspect the type if it's like a struct, if it's a pointer, if it's anything really, and then you can inspect like all the fields of the struct and all that stuff. You can equate it to like a type if you want as well. I feel like the only kind of hard problem is like, well, one of the hard problems is like if you have a generic and you want to try to match just the generic part, like you have, let's say you have an array, let's say you have like array, or this is a generic here, so array with com time t gives you a type, and you will return, let's say we just return like a slice here. Okay, so let's say this is your generic. Now I don't think there's like a super easy way to check if something was used with array, unless you do this, unless you build like a convention. What you could do is you could return a struct with the underlying kind of type is that. So you could do like a convention like this, and then you could do like, I don't know, generic type is some kind of, I don't know, some type of enum or something, I don't know. Or maybe like the type name of this. No, that doesn't work. It could be like the function name. That's going to be array, I guess. I don't know, something like this maybe you could do. But I think to check if something is an array of something, if you know the subtype, you can do that. But if you just want to check if it's an array, you don't care about the subtype, you just want to check, is this like an array of something? I don't think that's trivial to do in Zig, because that would be really cool if you could do that. I wish they would address this in an upcoming feature where they're gonna be able to change how you basically get the types of different things. So now, right now, there's like a built-in called type of, which you can like get the type of something, a variable. That's gonna disappear, and instead you're gonna like have a capture binding like this. So now you get the type here, like this. But I don't know if they're gonna allow like pattern matching like this. This would be really cool if they could, if they could match like this. That would be really nice, because then we can do a lot of cool stuff with functional programming in Zig. Okay. Basically having different tag enums and match the structure depending on how it's called. Yeah. That's what I said at the start. So basically, let's say overloaded function. It's not actually overloaded, but it's like, let's say you have like different inputs. Overloaded argument, okay? And then what you can't have, it is different return types. It depends. If the input is comp time, then you can have different return types. But let's just imagine it's a void return type. You can't have different return types if it's if everything is runtime known. So we will go through overloaded arguments, union, a tag union. You have like 1 or 2. Maybe this is a float. Maybe this is an integer. Right, and then you can just switch on this to do something with float. And 2. You would do something with int. And I guess, so this is a cost because this is now happening in runtime. So it's actually like a runtime cost for this. So I think usually instead of doing this, maybe you want to, unless you want this to be very like generically, the thing you gain here though is that you can pass this as a type, as a generic type essentially, that is like different things. So that is what you gain from this. But if you don't care about this being generic type that you pass in to other things, then you probably are better off actually just having these like as separate functions and just call them separately. I remember you had that 2 weeks ago. I think yeah, pattern matching would be awesome. Yes, that would be so cool. Maybe I should like ask that question on that thread if pattern matching would be nice, because it does give you a different like the syntax would allow it, and as far as I can tell, and it would give you another way to match against types, which is basically kind of difficult to do now. Okay, anyway, where were we? So now these are, I've updated that. The base attributes also have this stuff. Yeah, the monster. So we should be able to have a knight with a strength of 3, yeah. So the knight will get like damage bonus now. Base attribute. Right now you need an actual thing there. Oh, but it did work here as well. Wait. Oh, because it's a default value. Right. But we can also do this. Like this is basically the same thing, but I'm gonna do this, yeah. Okay. Monsters 359. Value ignored. You are correct. Monad 1123. Animation equals get animation tag is comp time. Right, so now we're on to this issue here. It's comp time. Why is it comp time? I don't know. It's probably because of this. And so I guess we'll do like switch inline, switch on key, inline else. Whoop. And there we go. Except you need to be T. Oh, wait. Animation tag. Okay, it just means that this needs to be a closure, which we should have. Yeah, we have support for that, so we just need to make a closure here. Okay, and then you get the animation tag here instead. And here we'll use that. Okay. no problem. Okay, now we get a crossbow instead. And here's the knight. Nice. I want to find another knight. Can you attack me? Okay, so you deal 2 damage because it has strength 3. So it got like bonus, you know, melee damage. Nice. Okay, I guess one thing we would like to do is like if you try to attack, we should check if we're on line of sight as well. So range attack. No, control JRPG. If we try to attack with a ranged weapon, we have to check if we're line of sight. If we have a ranged weapon, we get the closest enemy. I guess we'll build it into here. So if we're in here, we will check. Where is this? Probably like where is this function? Monsters. Oh. Let's put this in utils. Cast debug. Oh. And now game, we're gonna add that here. I remember now hello Phil, what's up? I remember why I asked for waypoints. The idea was that there's ghost, step, dash, action, kinda late, initiative, and last step move. Okay, if the space allowed, the player could pre-plan a surprise attack the NPC. Hello Subedara. What's up? Welcome back. If there was a ghost, step, dash, I can kind of late initiative with the last step move. Couldn't space allows the player to pre-plan. I don't know if you do you mean like because like when you do you mean like when it's paused whenever something happens, basically you somehow you enter like automatic mode where the character's moving around. And then if something happens, like let's say an enemy appears, then we pause and we exit the automatic mode and you go back to manual mode. Is that what you mean? Right, now we can say has line of sight. Source is context, target is target context. Range is radius. Or actually, it's just the distance, I guess. If we don't have line of sight, we would skip this one. I guess I'll add like 2 just for safety. Okay. So now all of these, let's get, well, actually let's just do this. All right. You know what? Like luring the NPC as usual, but the player could have this special dash, which could be a second step that is done before the NPC can act. So you could sidestep when it assumes you would be there and hit harder. Only that you have to decide up front where the player should go dash to, so it's a risk. Oh. So it's like the player does like a dash move, which you go farther, but the NPC has a chance to kind of react. I see. Yeah, that sounds cool. Are you not aggroed? You should be aggroed, yeah. What did we want to test here, actually? I forgot. We did a whole bunch of stuff, and I forgot what we actually changed. Oh yeah, right. We shouldn't be able to shoot through walls. The shader looks cool. Have you created? Thanks. Well, basically, I mean, first I started by copying, like, well, actually, I actually Googled it, and then AI actually gave me like a pseudo code, or, well, it gave me some kind of idea on how to do the algorithm. So I basically just follow that first, but then I did some modifications to it. So, you know, it's a little bit of maths going involved there, but yeah. I can show you actually. See, so basically, first what you have to do is when we draw the shader, is first you have like a render texture that you draw onto. So everything is drawn first onto a texture, not onto the screen. So you draw it onto the texture first. And then when you have the texture, now if you're applying like a CRT shader, because that shader needs to be applied to the whole screen. So this shader is then enabled when we before we actually draw the whole screen. So you use the render texture that we just render to, and just render it to the screen now instead of somewhere else. Well, yeah, I guess instead of to itself. But yeah, so you just render that to the screen, and there you go. Now you've rendered it with this shader, and then the shader itself has some these are all like inputs from zig+raylib and stuff, but here is like some settings that we can set. So you can set like the thickness of the scan line, intensity, and distort X and Y is like how curved should the surface be of the screen. And this is the calculations here. There's also like a vignette effect that kind of darkens the edges as well. And yeah, we simply that distort things will like change, you know, where the pixels are drawn essentially, or which texture coordinate should we draw from essentially on this in this pixel. That's calculated in some capacity here. I guess it's like x to y squared, or x times y squared plus x times, and then this times the distort x is the x. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really inspected the maths here, but yeah, this would be the formula to use essentially for the distortion of the the curviness of the screen. And then you have the actual color here. So this is the original color. I think this is a texture color. Well, it's the color of the where to find the distorted coordinate. Yeah, and then we have the vignette is calculated somehow, and yeah, as I said, I haven't really looked at this in depth, but it works. So yeah. That's the thing about the shaders. Like sometimes it's like, yeah, I would like to have this effect, but I have no idea on how to actually maths it. And then I think it's like, okay, well, instead of me trying to throw my head against the wall a million times before actually getting something that is cool, maybe I should just look up how it's done. Like I feel like if it's something that I'm halfway interested in maths, but I'm not so good at maths, so I would rather just have this work than trying to do something. This was kind of out of my league a little bit, but yeah. So this all works, and you know, I can always like go in here and modify it. You know, you can always go in and do some stuff to it. I forget what I did modify actually. I don't remember what I did. Yeah, but anyway, I think I just changed these values or something like that. Let's do it. Okay, so that's the CRT shader, and I don't think we have any other shaders in here that we're using. No. But I do plan to implement more things in the shader. For things like the fireballs, I want them to actually have like lighting and stuff like that. That would be kind of cool. Like throwing shadows, maybe. I haven't done shadows yet with shaders in this way, or ever with anything. Okay, and then yeah, the line of sight stuff and stuff like that. That would be kind of cool. Maybe you're holding a torch and it's like flickering the shadows move around. And I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so what did we do? What do we want to do? We added a new monster. Do you want to like go for the monster generator? I mean, we already kind of have a super basic monster generator. It's just pick one of the 4 options and then that's it. There's no modification to the monsters themselves based on level or something like that. I mean, we don't even have levels in the game. Like, the player cannot level up. I guess that would be one thing, actually, now that I think about it. Leveling. Leveling. Yeah. Experience. Yeah. I guess when do we get experience? Gain experience from certain actions, I guess. I have to do this. Which phase 4 item would you tackle next? It doesn't matter, right? Maps, generic containers, full or comp time. I guess we'll do full or comp time first, then this. Isn't that double work? This would be really cool. Do it, man. Okay. Give me all the features. I'm gonna see if I have more coffee and I'll be right back. All right, we had more coffee. Nice. Okay, maybe I will. Oh man, I just pressed. God damn it. Increment was the first to build. Okay, so it wasn't okay, that's fine. Man. It's so annoying to interrupt that because you have to redo a whole bunch of stuff. Anyway, question is, do we want to do leveling? Because after leveling, we could add like a little status bar for like minimal UI stuff as well. I don't know what I pressed. It's fine. It's gonna do something. All right, let's do leveling. I think we'll get to. Yeah, I'll just add leveling and then maybe a status bar and then we'll call it here. Let's do level, not leveling, level, or what should we call this component? Like level? I guess that makes sense. We have a level. It should be a U size, I would think. Has there ever been another type of like RPG measurement than level for like how strong your character is? I mean, essentially, I mean, I know like Skyrim and Morrowind and those have like you skill up, but then you still have a level that improves your attributes. I don't know, there might, I mean, I haven't played that many pen and paper RPGs. There might be a lot of different things. Anyway, level experience. And then we need like some type of like, oh, we don't need to, we just started, I guess we started level 1 technically, right? By the way, you played Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time? Yes, I grew up with that game. I got it when it was released. So yes, I played it, I got it, I played it over the summer, and I beat it. Legendary game. I've played most Zeldas. And that's also one game that I would like to make, like a Zelda type game. Maybe not like 3D, maybe more the 2D ones. Because the 3D is, man. That should be like a lot of work. I played it, it's so awesome. Yes, it is. So I'm guessing you weren't born when when it came out. The Z targeting system is super cool. Yeah. I mean, it was entirely new first time. I don't think there was any game that before it that had the same system. Maybe there was like 2D, like the 2D version. I mean, it's one of the first or like 3D, so like console games essentially. I guess like mainstream console games, you could say. Because it was for Nintendo 64, which was the first 3D Nintendo console. But yeah, so it's like the concept. They were trying to figure out like all these different things, like the camera and the targeting, yeah, navigation, like all these kind of things they had to kind of figure out essentially. I think they did a really good job with the Ocarina of Time. Of course, it's not perfect, but it makes sense for the controller that you had back then. So yeah, because you know back then also we didn't know about like double stick came out. I think PlayStation had a controller called Dual Shock, that one had two joysticks. But then even some like games didn't have like support for two joysticks, so they would like map it to like a D-pad style. But the concept of like moving the camera around with a stick didn't exist back then. Okay, so we have like level, experience. I'm thinking, so basically, as part of the attack, melee attack, let's say, we land an attack. If we kill the thing, how is this even a thing? Like, we are the ones killing it. Yeah, I feel like I need to rethink how this works here, because it's not like multiple things are going to happen at the same time. This is going to happen at a specific point in time when the board state is not like in flux. It's going to be stable. And we will know if we killed, because the health will be, yeah, it's not going to be dead at this stage, because then you're not going to be able to attack it. Okay, but anyway, what are we trying to do here? I just talked myself out of understanding what I'm trying to do. Oh yeah, leveling. Okay, so if we killed the thing, I guess if we caused the death, then we get some experience. Well, I guess we'll do try get, if we have, because goblins also call this function here. We get level. Okay, so I guess gain experience, and I don't know how much experience we're gonna gain, but I don't know, let's just say it's 10 or something. I guess we could do like a formula. The monster could have level as well. So if you kill something with level X, you get some type of formula times experience. Maybe we have like a min and a max random value that you get. Maybe we throw dice. I don't know. We'll see. So you gain the experience. If this results, I guess, in a level up, that's, I guess, gonna happen somehow. How does leveling affect the rest of the system? How does one do that? Enemies need to be stronger, maybe more enemies on the map. Yeah, exactly. So the plan that I have is basically I'm gonna create a monster generator that is more than it's just now. That's just now is like picks from 4 different enemies, and they are basically static. But I want to plan to have is like you input the level of the character. That's gonna determine the level of the monsters, and then the level of the monsters will determine how good they are, essentially. So how I do it with items, I already have like a generator for items, where items get better based on the item level, and each item level gives it like, I don't know what, 10 points, and these points is spent on like upgrading the item, essentially, until the points are empty. And so then you get the final item is like a random item with some stats improved, essentially. That is the item randomizer right now. So I'm planning on making a similar monster randomizer like that. You put in the level, they get a bunch of points. It's essentially like a character builder. Like it builds up a character with like a pool of points that it can use to like upgrade random stuff. And then we can have like different, like the items, I have different bias you can set. So you can set a bias for it to be, for example, a ranged weapon, or you can set a bias for it to add certain stats, like bonus to melee damage or bonus to accuracy, stuff like that. So you can like have different sets of biases that will determine the types of things you get out. So for example, if you're in a dungeon that is like undead, a bunch of undeads, then we would increase the chance of getting an undead monster by a certain amount of a scale. So you could still, I guess you could still, if you only want undead monsters, you can ban all other types, or do something like that, or do like some kind of exclusive thing. Or you could allow for other types of monsters to appear, but it's like mainly going to be like skeletons and necromancers or something like that. So then you can kind of govern based on location, based on like different circumstances, what type of monster is gonna get generated is the idea. And the level will simply increase, you know, the monster, you know, stats and stuff like that. And it will also affect the items dropped. So if a monster with a high level drops an item, it's going to be a high level item, which is randomly generated. So that's the idea. I haven't really looked at how other roguelikes does these things. I'm just making this up on the fly. Majora's Mask is super confusing to me. Can't pinpoint why. Actually, I think I did finish. I finished Majora's Mask, yeah. But yeah, when I played it first, when I was young, I was like, what the hell is this? This is my Zelda. Why do I have a time limit on the thing? I thought it was a stupid spin-off game or something like that. But it is actually like a full Zelda type game. It's just, you have to kind of learn how to play it. But yeah. It's actually a really cool game. I wish I played it more when I was younger, because it has a lot of ideas that is basically a staple in today's games now. It's like it innovated in a lot of things that is now like common in a lot of games. Okay, so level, I guess we'll do like gain experience gained. We also need self, of course. And this is a use size. You know what? Let's make an experience type so we don't have to Type aliasing is so nice. Every language should have type aliasing. And if they don't, how hard is it to just add? Okay. Gain experience. Void. Maybe we'll have... What if we actually leveled up from the hit? We want to play, because yeah. Maybe we'll have an event here. Non-level. Actually, let's do like question mark event. Level up. So if we got the level up, we get it. Yeah, it is a really good game. You just have to get past the kind of weirdness in the beginning, but I promise it's worth it. It's an incredible game. Like, you shouldn't expect the same old Zelda's like Ocarina of Time experience, but it is similar in a lot of ways, but it's also, you know, a new experience as well. Okay, so we need like a formula for level up. I don't know what this formula will be, but we will just say experience plus equals experience gained. We will check if, let's just check. Is experience gonna reset is the question. Do we reset the experience? We could do that. Because then it's gonna be easy. We just check if it's like, you get like 100 experience, then you reset and you level up or something like that. Yeah, sure. Let's try that. If this is more than or equal to 100, experience, I guess we'll do like levels gained. It's gonna be experience minus 100. Wait, we'll do like over experience over 100. Level experience per level. And that gives us that. And then we return level up. Otherwise we return null. Okay. And experience should be modded. There we go. Yeah, levels gained, then level plus equal to levels gained. There we go. Hello, iSense. What's up, what's up? How's it going? Whoops. Okay, so we have level up. We can gain experience. The experience gains will be added to the experience. If we have more than experience per level, we calculate how many levels did we gain. We add that to our levels. We reset the experience back to whatever it should be. We return that now we've got like a level up thing happening. So what do we do with that? Well, we can say if we gained an event, we can switch on the event and we can say, did we level up? That's the only event we have. In that case, we can set leveled up to true. I feel like this needs to be a common thing. We need like a common struct with these things because it's going to be on all different kinds of things, but this is a bool and it starts out as false. Okay, so if we gain the experience, if the experience gained gives us a level up, we level up. And now in the animation system, we can say that if we leveled up, we want to play the level up animation as well. So this would happen. I mean, we could either do it at the same time as they die, or we could do it after. Let's do it after here. If we leveled up, we will do the level up animation. Did you fix the spawning bug from yesterday? I didn't catch the end of the stream. Which spawning bug was that? Remind me. All the bugs that we have. I can't remember. Was it that they spawned inside the walls? They still spawn inside the walls. Yeah. They still do that. I need to fix that. I actually have a bug. Yeah. Monsters spawn inside the wall in the dungeon. I'll just put that up there. But yeah, I can show you a little bit from what we did. We have ranged weapons now. Okay. Let me do this first. I've also been looking at like different dungeon generator algorithms and stuff. It's pretty cool how many, you know, different things there are. And luckily, since roguelike has been like a popular kind of, you know, niche subgenre or whatever, there's a lot of stuff with like roguelike dungeon generation stuff. But yeah, I added this night monster, which is a pretty tanky guy. We have the ranged weapon now, so I can press space to shoot an arrow at this guy. Are you gonna attack me or what? Okay. Actually, also ranged attacks are... They don't take into account like the... yeah, you can't like evade a ranged attack unless... What I plan to do is like make ranged attacks maybe like evadable if it's like a slow projectile. If it's a fast projectile, it won't like, you won't have a chance to miss, essentially. Or it's only dependent on your own kind of, what is it, on your own accuracy. Okay, but anyway, when we level up, I don't remember what else we've done right now. We've added ranged weapons. I added some stuff to do. Sprite draw order. Right, we did sprite draw order, so now the sprites are drawn like projectiles are always drawn on top of characters. Items are always drawn behind characters. I added the new monster. Oh yeah, in between streams I also did this. I did a basic item generator. So that items that you see that are dropped, they are generated from like an item generator that I made, which can potentially generate more powerful items. But yeah, when leveling up, generated monsters need to level up as well. Yes, exactly. So yes, I plan to add that. I just want to add this little animation here. So what are we going to do? We're not going to move anything. We're going to create... I think what I want to do is I want to create a bunch of level up sprites. We should have like some kind of things like these things maybe. I was thinking maybe like something like that. These are a bunch of icons. Maybe something like that, like a bunch of these going up, showing like you got some effect on you, or like the level up animation. Here, a bunch of sparkles. I mean, I can just make another one as well, but I'm thinking probably, where was it? The YouTube icon, important tile to have. Fog of War would be world discovery. Fog of War could be receiving visibility once you move outside. What I mean by Fog of War is like, well, there's kind of like two things actually. It's gonna basically function as kind of like, you know, Warcraft and Starcraft, where you at first the entire map is like black, you don't see anything, and as you move around, everything in your line of sight up to like a distance, like your radius line, like sight radius, will get uncovered. And so you're gonna go around and discover more. And also, if you go like around a corner, it wouldn't make sense for you to be able to see like monsters around a corner. So I would like to have some type of, you know, and that's like the fog coming in and like obscuring your vision. Maybe you remember that you saw a monster at some point somewhere, but you wouldn't be able to see it. Something like that. Where did that sprite go? Question marks. I'm looking at these, trying to find different things. Oh, there's even like checkboxes and stuff. Nice. Not this one. I was thinking, this one here. Yes, I want this one, but I'm gonna make it like yellow. So I'm gonna grab that, put it over at my custom area here. Here's the level up. And I'm gonna change this color to like yellow. There we go. Yellow is the color of level ups, I think. Yep, that is true, Fog of War, but the best example is 2D Game Boy Advance Wars. Oh yeah, Advance Wars. Reveal system, map system, cool. Yeah. Absolutely. And it's all gonna be procedurally generated. Like there's no handcrafted. Well, there is. I'm kind of kidding right now. And the town right now is handcrafted, and I guess the forest. But I do want to have everything procedurally generated. It would be cool to get to that point. We'll see though. All right, so this is the level up effect thing. Do we want to have outline for this one? Sure, why not? All right, that is that. And then let's grab the coordinates. It's 339,443. So sprite Hang on. What's happening? Level up. Why do I not get the thing for this? Actually, we could do like let. We need a scope, actually. Yeah. Let's add a scope here. Let 1 equals sprite level up. Now you see. Okay, position and sprite offset. Oh, I see. It's not an animation, it's a sprite. Could have animation as well at some point, but yeah. Position is going to be some type of position. Level up. Particle positions. I'm just gonna do this. And then the offset was 339443. Since you have that levels up starting view, can you actually use shaders to pre-calc render bitmap animations for such effects? I mean, without adding a gazillion lines of code. Well, it depends on what type of effect we're talking about. Like this is gonna be kind of like the effects here. I'm gonna make this just randomized how it is right now. Like for example, the fireball effect. The fireball, especially with like the homing fireballs, they are kind of based. This is like an actual like update function that gets called every frame to calculate where the fireball should go towards the target. So it's like, it's not a pre-rendered thing. It actually is like dynamic based on where the target is. So I plan on kind of implementing all the animations like that, because I don't think we really need that much optimization with this. Because it's probably, you're never gonna see probably like more than one big animation at a time, essentially. Like the fireball animation is gonna happen on its own, essentially. Maybe unless you have maybe like multiple fireballs happening at the same time. But again, let's say you have a big spell that kind of pushes things away, and then another person comes in and starts to heal someone who got pushed away. Then we don't want to show that animation. Like we want to show the animation like in sequence of when it like how it happened. If it's like an important event, like a big spell happening. That is how I'm thinking about it. So, okay. Let's say we have a couple of these. For me, it's just curious how much you can actually do comp time, exclusive to comp time, minimize prefab imports. Yeah, I see. I see what you mean. I mean, essentially, we're just importing a texture. So the whole texture is already in memory. So we don't need to like pre-render or anything like that. It's already like in memory. So we just essentially, it's actually in GPU memory as far as I can understand. So it's like, it's a texture loaded into GPU memory. So all we're doing is like selecting out a portion of that tile map to be drawn when we want to draw this particular sprite. And all we're doing here is essentially just creating a bunch of markers saying that this sprite should be drawn at these places. I think, yeah, and then we have like, you know what? Let's make the level up animation its own thing, because we can just add that in here. Yeah, we can just do that here, like level up animation. The things we need is we need the position to where it's supposed to go. It's supposed to be shown. Yeah. And then so that would be context. That would be that. I mean, we could actually let's just put the whole thing in here. And then position is context get body. Okay. So level up particle positions. This can be like randomly generated. Particle positions is a tuple or array of vectors. Yep. So this would be like position plus some random offset. But we probably or it could just be the same every time. We could have like one that is like slightly to the left and then add some there. Let's add one that's slightly to the right. And one that's slightly, that is like almost at the center. Yeah, something like this. Then what we do is I also want a level up particle delays, which is gonna be an F32 array. And these are going to be like, first one is like 0.2, 0.4, 0.6 maybe. And so we would delay this from happening. These all happen in parallel, so we can go ahead and just delay the whole thing. Level up particle delays. Yeah. I mean, we can even just create this thing. Like we could do particle animations is gonna be a monad void array that has the same length as one of these, and we set it to undefined, and then we're gonna loop through the particle animations. Whoops. And we're gonna set you to be this. So delay, level up delays. Sure, let's just grab I. You can do multiple, like, we could put level up particle delays in here and grab out this directly, but whatever. This is actually more terse right here. So we would delay that, and here I want actually a sequence. And here we would let... actually, I would like a scope as well, because... So I don't have to generate a unique name for each one. So this would be the particle. And we want to set that to a sprite that has the position I and 339443. Okay. So we do that. And then we like... And then over here, we just parallelize all of the particle animations. Okay. Right, and once we have a particle, zero dot dot is a range up to including last item. Zero dot dot means, yeah, it's gonna match the number of items in this array. So it's like a normal for loop, where zero dot dot just means I want the index. You can put like one dot dot that will increase, essentially like start at one and then increase the same way. So you would end up with a one indexed index number instead. So that would be, but you start at 0 and then it increases by 1. So you wouldn't, so I would never be the length of the array. It would be stop at I minus 1 length. That's the last item. That's the last I you would get. So this is perfectly fine here. Okay, so what do we want to do with the particle? Well, I'm thinking of like having it move upwards, right? So we're just gonna move identifier particle. We're gonna move it to, are you, there is a move, right? Yes, there is a move. Move arg, speed, options, right. Okay, move arg is relative. Let's just do like 0, -1. And then speed is, I don't know, let's do 1 for now. Options, or let's do like 100. Options, I don't remember what options is. Move, option, space, rotation, right? Rotation. Sure. Let's do like rotation matches velocity. So then it kind of moves towards, like if it moves upwards, it's gonna like rotate up to that. Okay. A little bit annoying that we don't get the actual like help for this, but at least it works. So there we go. We're moving the particle upwards and speed 100. Now, when is this done? I actually don't remember how this works. When are you done, actually? Oh, right. We are moving it. So, okay, we're just... This is the velocity. This is the target. Right. So how far up do we want to move it? like, I don't know, I guess one tile is like 12 pixels. So let's move it up like 2 tiles, let's say. We can also have it move to the side slightly or something like that. I don't know. But the effect I have in my mind is like some kind of sine wave moving up or something like that. But maybe I'll extend the system to work with that. I can also just define a custom move update function instead, as we do with the homing fireball. But let's just do this for now. Okay, so that's gonna get moved upwards, and once that is done, we're gonna destroy the particle. Okay, so now we should have a little level up thing happening, level up animation happening whenever we level up. That should be after we kill 10 monsters right now, but if we go to here and we lower this to 10, that should happen like every time we kill a monster now. At least from a melee attack. Where is this? 154. Delay is no member name delay. What? I'm pretty sure. Didn't I have delay? Oh, after. Okay, it's called after. Delay might be better. Also, I want to swap these. Why is this the second one? Oh, I see. Because we can say dot after. Right. Can offset be 0, 1, whatever would be a variable as well? Yes, you bind it to the variable afterwards. So it is bound to a variable. So you have 4, and then you have parentheses, and inside the parentheses you have a comma separated lists of things you want to iterate over, and then you capture them with a comma separated list inside, you know, pipe operators, I guess, which matches this. So this would match this one, and this one matches this one. So I is bound to the current index, and particle animation is bound to the current pointer of this array. So, and here you can have like any number of, I can add another one, 5, which is j. So now j starts at 5 and goes up. J will always be 5 more than I. So that's how that works. Or you can have, if you have other arrays that have the same length, you can also add them here as well. And then I can get the position out like this instead. Yeah. So yeah, you can do a lot of stuff with that. It's pretty cool how it works. It's very, you know, I would say flexible is the word I'm looking for, yes. Okay, what was your issue? Right, we don't have anything called delay, that's right. So, I mean, okay, so the way to use this would be to have a sequence and then call delay, or then call like after whatever it was. But that doesn't work anymore because of the things. So we'll do after and then add this here instead. Okay. Particle animation. Cannot assign to this needs to be a variable. And this needs to be a thing like that. And it's gonna work because we're duplicating the array. Zig is full of surprises in a good way. Yes, it is. Okay, so what did we do? Oh yeah, so we need to level up. I need to do this. And we don't get the thing. What if I kill you? No? What the hell? Wait, did I add level to player? I don't think so. Okay. That might explain a few things. We have to have the actual level thing. Component. Oh, it crashed. Interesting. Please don't tell me it's like a seg fault or anything like that. Integer overflow. But why? Repeat? Huh. Oh yeah, is move implemented through repeat? Yes. Is it because it's 0 steps? What if repeat is... What if he puts 0 in repeat? If you put 0 here, we probably just want to return repeat 0. I guess we just return the monad in that case. If repetitions is less than or equal to 1, return monad. 0 doesn't make sense, because if it's 0, we don't get an actual value out, and we need the value here, I guess. Oh, hang on. Copy this, yes. Didn't I do that? Maybe not. It's like... It seems like it's happening, but it's also not really happening. So we put these in here, they are duplicated, so it's not like they're on the stack and they get disappeared. They're duplicated and we store the duplicated animations here. So we should be fine just returning an array to there. Okay. So position is the original position plus a little bit of offset, so that should be fine. It's like if this is invisible or something. Did I actually export this? Is it the correct spot? 339,443. Let's try again. Wait, why is there an item over there? Oh, that's from the overworld, right? After delay, we create the thing, we move. That should have, oh, maybe it's because it's too quick. Maybe it's just too quick. There we go. Did you see it? That was kind of what I was going for. Although in my mind I wanted maybe a little bit more 3D feeling to it. I don't know. I don't know why, like when I think about the game, I kind of sort of in my mind I'm thinking like more of an isometric view almost. Oh, we got a little hiccup. Is there some animation being deadlocked or something? It could be an animation being deadlocked. I would have to add more debug information to that. Let's add this over here. In the dungeon, sometimes we can maybe look into if some animation is deadlocking or something. Okay. Yay. Level up. Okay, and then we can do that, and we can like repeat these. We can repeat this 2 times. We can also, like, what you can do as well is like, no wait, that's the action, that's one particle. Yeah, this one. So what we can do is we can do a sequence of this, and we can say 2 of these, but in between we will wait like, I don't know, 0.4 or something. So now we get like 2 2 of those. Or we crash. Is it because it's the same monad? We have to construct them again. We have to clone the monad. Or we could also make it so that once a monad is like done, we reset it. No, that doesn't work, because then it's gonna get played again next time. Yeah, because when we create them here, they actually have like inner state that also like is shared here. Is that really how it works though? Yes, because it's like a pointer that we create, right? So we have to kind of create this 2 times. We have to call this again. Okay, but then, so level up animations. I'm gonna say like level up particles animation. So we will do this, and we need like position. And then, no, actually we get actually an array here. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Oh, because it's waiting for the entire movement to finish, right? So what if we, let's do like, I will lower this a little bit. Whoops. Let's do like 18. And I wish I could also put in like a function. It would be cool. We could just put in a function that like offsets every frame a little bit based on something. It would be cool if we could say, for example, like a custom up, maybe not a custom update function, but like an it's still gonna do this in an X number of steps, but then we pass in a function that is like calculates a delta to add to the movement as well. So like extra delta or something. So basically here we say extra delta is a function that takes the context, or well, it could take like the current position that we get and then return a delta. And well, I guess we need the context if we need to get things like time, stuff like that. Yeah. Okay. And then this is optional as well, and we set it to null. Oops. Okay, and then here is like every time we do the update, we will repeat moving right. So we move instant. But then we also want to call the move function as well, like delta. I guess like when we have this, we will do move delta. Or like, well, actually what we could do, we could just say if we have extra delta. Now we have options, right? Options. If we have options, extra delta, we get extra delta out and do something here. Otherwise, we're gonna do like just an empty thing. And now you're a function that takes entity context and vector too. So you don't really need vector 2 though, because you have the context. So let's get rid of that. We only need that. Yeah, you can get the position there. So now it's simply going to be a function that takes that and returns. Actually, it could just return void, to be honest. Okay, it just takes the thing and does something. On update. Let's call this on update instead. Okay. So on update, I guess we'll just call do. Yeah. So if we have the update function, we call do this side effect with the movie as a closure with on update. And otherwise we have pure. Okay. Now we need this function, extra delta, takes the context, and now is it takes the context. The weather here is unreal, 95% humidity, 28 degrees cheese. Sky is literally sweating, not raining, like a giant spray bottle. Damn. Is the rain warm as well? Cheese equals Celsius. Yeah. I've never heard that slang term before. Cheesius. Unused function parameter. Yes, what do we want to do here? So I want to say, I want to get the body of the thing. Oh. And I want to set, whoops, the position, add some type of delta. What is the delta? Who knows? But let's just try this out first. So I'm gonna say the delta is like 1x. So that's like every time it does its move step, it's also gonna move 1 over to the right. We get some type of issue over here. Options not accessible from inner function. Oh. Oh, options underscore. Okay. There we go. $186. Expected type found game. Oh. Oh, the do actually forces a game in there. Is this called from anywhere else? It's called here and here. Is this called from somewhere? It is called from here. Because I really want to change that. Now that we have closures, we don't really need to pass game in there. You know what? Let's do this. Let's change this to not have game. We just call it with an empty. It's warm like it's a warm jungle shower. I was original in Kenya in September, October when monsoon starts. You go outside, you barely feel drips, but you're drenched. Oh man. Huh. I've never experienced that. Alright, so we get a side effect. Now we have to change this. So we get like a global event. And we wait. But where do we get game now is the question. We don't. I mean, I guess we could. Well, actually, I could bind context. Or just map. I could just map context. Yeah. Let's just map context. And this gives us the context, which is animation on our context. And this would be context of game. Okay. that works. Nice. And then this would... This doesn't actually need game because we already have game from... Or we don't need anything for this one. Was that the only places this was used? Okay. Yeah. Of course, we have more. Missing struct game. What? Side effect. Type of side effect. Okay, where do you expect this? Where do you call from? Nine, 2, 3. This one. What? Oh. Right, it's not a tuple anymore. Right. Last param. So, okay. This is the issue here then. It's like we already have the payload. Or it's not gonna be the last param. Oh shit. So if you have a function that does not want a payload, essentially. Like it's void. Oh man. How do we know, like, what is the closure supplied stuff? No, we would know because of the type of this. Yeah. So I think instead of taking this, we would have to kind of calculate. Because we would have... basically here, the state would be all the arguments. And then the function doesn't take any extra arguments, so that means we don't really have a payload. Do I want to think about this now? I probably won't. I don't want to think about this now. Wait, what if... No. God damn it. Well, this is what I want it to be. Okay, maybe we have to fix this now. So we need some function that calculates the actual payload and not guessing based on the last parameter of a function, because sometimes we don't actually have something. Okay, So closure payload of essentially this closure. I guess we put in state and function. Because we need to separate them. And then there's like args tuple of function. No, actually, function as pointer. Sure. Function, okay. I wonder if nested closures work then. So we have arguments is the argument tuple there. And then we simply have to, I guess we can check like if state is equal to args. Is this a thing we can do? I guess it will automatically like deep check this. If it's equal to args, then the payload should be void. Otherwise, we'll return the last parameter of the function. We could also check the length, I guess. If the length, if the number of arguments, so basically like fields length equals to fields length of u. Yeah, that should basically be the same thing. If that works, then zig equal wishing full thinking come true. Yeah, I'll just check the length. I don't want to have to find out later then there's some weird edge case that doesn't work. Okay. So now we have the closure payload there. That's fine. Then everything else should probably work here as it did before. I just have to make sure that, yeah, last param is not the thing we want to call anymore. We want to call payload. The thing is, this is now not a closure, actually. It's like just a function, essentially. So what would, well, if it's a function, I guess the payload is void. No. Hang on. If it's a function, yeah, because if it's a function, then we just take the last parameter. So closure payload of closure or function. So now we don't really know if it's a closure or function. So what we do is we check is closure. So if it's a closure, then we simply return closure payload, and we know it's a closure, so it should have like the state. Is that actually like closure state? Yeah. And the function is closure function. Let's just pass pf there. closure function. Okay, otherwise we'll return yeah, I think just last param of functional closure, because then it should be like a function. Yeah. Now we could just build it into this. Like instead of this taking state and function, we'll do, I'll just put this up here actually. So then this would be the state is function or closure state. And we already, no, we don't have the, yeah. And then function is function or closure function. Okay. There we go. And now we'll also payload. And now we don't need to actually pass that in there because it's like, no, actually we do. What the hell? Because now we don't have the actual closure struct. Okay, this needs a special case here. We need a special case just for this one. Closure payload of state and function, I guess. Okay. And then here we return closure payload of state and function. There we go. And you need to call this function here. Okay. But if we don't know if it's a closure or function, we have to call closure payload. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Do we use last param here? Is the question. We do. So this. I don't know if this is the same thing. I guess we'll find out. The compiler is going to complain. Call closure. All right. So what do you expect? Found type. Oh, right. There we go. And our expected entity event found void. Really? From where? Okay, so we make a closure with this too. Yeah. And this should be like a void payload thing. But you're saying you expect an event. And this gets called over here. Okay, so we got function as pointer. Last field. I mean, I guess the last field shouldn't actually exist if we don't need it. Yeah. I think it's like it's this weird thing where it's looping around. If P is void, or if it's not equal to void, then we do this. There we go. And there we go. Now it's like shooting off to the right. I mean, it's kind of funny that I need to do all that, but it is fixes that will, like, you know, propagate through everything else. But it's kind of funny that we did all that, and what we got out is like these particles move a little bit to the right. That's kind of funny. Okay, but anyway, no, it's gonna be melee attack. Okay, so, but that's not really what we want to do. So what we want to do here is I want to have like a little, let's get like delta time. Do you want real time or simulated time? I don't know. We'll find out. So delta time, we do like some type of sine wave. We don't have to multiply by 2 pi, but this would essentially say 1 revolution per second. So let's do 2 revolutions per second. It's just going to be like 1 pixel off though. Huh, it just goes to the right. Or actually it goes like, yeah, it just goes, what the hell? Like this should give us like a -1 to 1. Maybe it's too slow. Let's do like 100. Oh, because it's delta time. I should use this. Yeah, delta times, like, it's always going to be the same. Right. Get a little shaky shakiness going there. Let's go back to 2, and I want to maybe increase by 3. So it's going to be like, you know, scaled up by 3 so it gets a more higher waves. Oh man, there's a bunch of goblins over here. Yeah, okay. Maybe a bit too much. Let's go back to 1. Why does it go so far? I thought it would be like in pixels, not in tiles. Yeah, that's more like it, I guess. I still don't understand why it goes so far. It should, as I said, it should be in pixels. No. Oh, I see. It's because we're not calculating like the absolute value. It's like we're adding, so it's like a velocity almost. Right. So it's almost like we want to have maybe a baseline to calculate from or something like that, and we just add to that. I don't know, but it works anyway. I could just lower the thing like this. Yeah, nice. And after that, we get smashed. Level up, and then it's also nice how when you have multiple things like that happening, you can kind of see how the damage stacks up over all the attacks. I think I'm dead. No? Level up. I mean, the level up doesn't actually do anything, but at least we get an effect. Okay, so we got the level up effect. But, or does it do anything? I don't think so. Because the thing is, we don't have an enemy generator. So that works with levels. That would be kind of the next thing. But I think the last thing I'll do this turn, I almost said, is to add a little status bar at the bottom. It's not going to be anything fancy. Let's add like a UI thing. And well, I mean, we do have like draw text and all that stuff. Maybe we'll try and read in the font actually. It's not really indexed based on how you normally do it. But this looks pretty cool. What you have now would be cool for effects that add up accumulative. RNG hit criticality. Yeah, you can do a lot of stuff with this system, I think. What's up with this rainbow question mark? What's up with that? What's up with that? Going to work. Alchemist. motorcycle dude with a gun. Here's a little walk animation. Maybe we should just, I mean, I wonder if I should try to, like, the thing is with this one is that since it's not like really mapped as a normal font, we would have to kind of look at this ourselves. Like I could programmatically kind of map this. So we would start at this offset, that's A, like capital A, and then all the way over. We kind of have to make a new ASCII table, essentially, to match this thing. Do I really want to do that right now? Also, they are kind of different as well. This one starts here, but then that goes all the way to Z. That's actually easier. And then the small ones. Is that the same in the actual ASCII? Yes, it is. Okay, nice. What about Z+1? I want to draw you as a character. No, not that one. This one. Do you go over to smaller ones? No, you don't. So there's a little gap there. Okay. But I mean, we could just... Okay, well... Looks like a snorkel. Maybe some G.I. Joe mask dude character. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so what I'm thinking is... if one, let's say we draw the text. Okay, we already have like a draw text function. But essentially what I want is like... Well, we have the format and all that stuff. Args. Okay. We need raylib. So what I'm thinking is we can loop through. Well, first we want to actually get the text. And 256. That's probably enough for all things. We can do one. We can do this just in case. All right. We need standard. Right. So now we have the text. Now we can loop through the text to draw each character, basically. So we'll loop through the text. We can draw the character at cursor, I guess. Let's have a cursor. We're making our own basically draw text function, but since we know it's like monospaced, it's gonna be very simple. ASCII A65. Yeah, I made a little program that showed me what it was and confirmed my beliefs. Oh, you're done. Content. Wait, comp time value evaluation, pure function interpretation is implemented and committed. It forces compile time evaluation folds to a constant. The headline for comp time favor folder. Oh, nice. I mean, since it's an interpreted language, I guess there's no there's like maybe kind of no difference. Maybe it even should always run it in comp time since it's a constant. Unless it's not used. But we don't have lazy evaluation though. Okay, well anyway. Where's the average? Okay, sure. 2 bugs caught, nice. Verified follow-ups. Sure, let's do it. All right. Cursor is starting at some position. Now, the position could be either... Let's just make it easy for ourselves and make the position a float. Yeah. All right. Cursor starts at position. We're not gonna center it. It's just gonna be drawn straight up. Draw at the cursor, and then we're simply gonna... I'm not gonna start with wrapping behavior. I'm just gonna add step. What is step? Step is from int tile size normal, except we only want x. There we go. That is step. And we need game as well. Because we need to get the texture to draw with. So we have text and now we will draw a thing. Okay, let's go to game. Let's have UI there. All right, so draw texture pro. We need to grab the texture, get texture, spreadsheet. Do we want to get the transparent one? I'm not sure. I think it's always going to be black background whenever we draw text onto something. Let's just get this one. If we don't have a texture, we can't draw the character. So there we go. Okay. Now, we use the texture. We have the source rectangle. We have the destination rectangle. The origin is going to be 0. Rotation is 0. Tint is white. That's actually... Yeah, we can have color as well. Yeah. We could do the color. Why not? Okay. Now the source. Now this is the thing. We need to kind of turn the character. Actually, you're just a character, right? We need to turn the character into a sprite. So char to sprites. yeah, here, char to sprite, char, and then the size is tile size, no. And then destination, position is position. There we go. Okay, now we just need chart to sprite. So we can check, like, if char is between. Now there's a, like, this area has been very studied, so, but I'm just gonna check, like, are you in between big A, small a, or I mean big Z, then we have like capital offset, whoops, convention, hello, is, I'm gonna pick these ones because they are cool. This is 1262612. 1262612. Okay, that's the offset. We're gonna have a, I guess, a step X. It's like tile size normal times that. Step Y is that. You know what? If this goes to F, then I guess that's what we want to reach. You know what? So this would be the offset, right? And then we return offset plus step X times, actually let's call this step, you know, because we only have one, and then we step char minus A times, but these are, yeah, there we go. Right? So A would be 0, so we start with the first one, and then we go to F. Okay, else if char is more than equal to E, and char is Z, because we only have one row, right? Yeah. So it goes from, wait, what? No, G, sorry. What the hell? Oof, that was close. No one saw that. That has an offset of 10, 15, 625. No, you didn't see it. All right. So that will now be negative G. We saw that G is 0, right? All right. Now we're on to the next thing, which goes to E. And the offset is 1275. Okay, and the last branch, we go from F. Pretty sure I know my alphabet here. To, yeah, that should be it. That should be it. You clipped it or what? Oh my god. That has an offset of 10, 15, 625. Wait, I saw that. You had at right at the beginning you had that no one saw that. And you're right, no one's gonna see that. Is it like I've never clipped something, so I don't know how it works. How far back can you go? Is it over? All right, there we go. So we're mapping like these things. I guess potentially this could be a question mark. So char sprite is gonna be char to sprite char, but if we don't get it, we don't need to draw anything, right? If we don't support this character. So if we get down here, we would return null. Okay, so wait. Okay, what else do we want to have? I want to have a colon. Now, are these in sequence? I don't think so. Like these are like actually, we have to map these manually because the next one over was this. Okay, I guess we'll map these manually. This is colon 10, 15, 6, 12. If this is equal to colon 10, 15, 6, 12, return. That's what we return. Okay, we'll have colon, space, obviously just empty. Okay, we have everything we need. No, we don't. We need numbers to be able to display. So what I'm trying to do is display the level. We need numbers for that. Which is, I mean, why this one should be up here at least, because it's, I know that ASCII starts with 0. Maybe I should just swap them around. No, I can't just swap them around. I have to kind of move everything. Whatever. We'll check like 1 to 5. One to 5 is 1275, 573. And then from 6 to 9 is, we just add 13 to that. And then 0 is over here. Whoops. So I have to kind of 0, I have to just check like this. And you're at 13, 27. $586. Okay. And that is going to be the source. Okay, so now potentially this function will draw like text for us. Cool. Let's try it out. So let's go to draw, and we'll have like draw UI. I guess that would kind of be part of the gameplay though. Whatever. We'll fix it at some point. All right, so draw UI. So let's get the player. And we'll get the level. Okay. And we'll draw like at the bottom. I'm thinking it could either be at the bottom or at the top. It's usually at the bottom, I think, in these kinds of games. Yeah, I have no idea how the UI is gonna look. I just want to add a little status bar at the bottom. But yeah, we have like game UI draw text. Format is level. Let's try, you know, capital. So we know it works. Wow, is this a marathon stream? Not really. I'm gonna end it here in a second. I just want this status bar, and then I'll set everyone free. Color is white, or maybe light gray, for example. What is the color here? It's white. Okay, cool. That's best. That's the best color to be able to tint. What was this? This is position. Yeah, so position is something. I'm not sure actually what position will be. We have like world position, world size minus let's do like cursor is world size minus tile size normal. Actually, I want to divide by 2. And let's see where that lands us, and we'll see. And the level dot level. All right, let's see. We get some issues. Draw 79. Expected 2 arguments. Oh, scalar 2. Sorry. Just curious, how about parsing separating lines seems its own color, so idea of checking that for frame border color, get the next item along to different size bitmaps. Parsing separating lines seems its check for the framing border color to get next item. Oh, well, I know it's like automatically. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking about, but I know it's offset. Like I'm only using this time lapse, so I'm making it just simple for myself. I don't need to algorithmically find the next tile. I know they're all separated by the same amount. Actually, I just realized that I forgot about spacing, but whatever. We're gonna see the bug here in a second, hopefully. Text, oh, sorry, there we go. Vector, inspector integer type. Where did you get called from? 16. Oh, normal. Oh, I see. Wait, no. Step. No, nothing here is int. What the hell? Okay. We got something. And it says 1. It's like a secret language. No, but yeah, the issue is that, well, first of all, it's like the wrong position, but also it looked kind of large. I guess it's because it's like each tile. Yeah, the tiles are huge. Well, okay, the step here is wrong. So it's gonna be the normal, but then we also add 1 because there's a spacing of 1. So there we go. Okay, that clearly did not work anyway. Could address by item, row column. Right. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of, you know, just put it in there so it actually works. Is my... Wait. Now this part. Oh, wait. This... No. This is where we do the offset. This is where we draw it, right? Or this is where we draw it. Do we want to add 1 space? We probably don't want to add 1 space here. There you go. Now it looks amazing. Right, I just realized that X, like Y should not be divided in half, it's just X. So let's do like times X would be half. Let's do like 35, and then Y is 1. No, but it would have to match the time. No, it doesn't matter because it's not actually part of the rendering. And then negative times us. Yeah, okay. While tile XY return X position Y yield. Huh? Look how nice. We've got level 1. Let's get to level 2. Yay, level 2. Let's get to level 3. Level 3. Woohoo! Okay, so this raises an issue here. If we want this giant ass thing down here, we probably want to have a viewport of the game. Like the gameplay should be up here. Right? Because now we can't see what's happening down here. Level 4. Oh, Nightbot. Sorry about Nightbot there. Why is it complaining about... Yeah, I should disable that. Anyway. So yeah, but yeah, we have... so what have we done this time? Yeah, I think like we've done like ranged items. So now we can do ranged attack. Which also takes line of sight into account. This guy has to move out of the wall before we can actually kill this guy. We have levels. We can level up. I added this new little knight enemy in preparation for the monster generator. We did some improvements to the animation stuff so we can play even more things. What else did we do? I don't know, a bunch of random fixes and stuff. So yeah, pretty cool. Let's see what we can take off here. We discovered, I guess, some bugs and some old bugs we wrote down. Yeah, I mean, I guess we can't, I can't really tick UI off, but we sort of have a status bar. But we also want to have like a gameplay viewport. Okay. Leveling is like, I mean, I guess it's kind of complete. It's just that we want to also like gain stats, attributes, generate, like modify, or base monster generation based on level. Oops, that's what we want here. Transparent background outline on the character, so it is a HUD, like subtitles. No, because the reason why I want it to be like a viewport is because you can't see what's happening behind the subtitles then. Like, I want to be able to actually see the whole gameplay. I mean, unless we add an option to hide it, maybe it only pops up if you actually get a level and it shows like the status bar or something like that. We'll see. Hello, Nightblaze. Like, I have no idea how the UI is gonna be in the end. Maybe I'll get an epiphany. But yeah, thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. So let's see. Let me send you off here. I think I need to refresh every time here. Yeah, thanks for joining. Hope you have a nice day. Should we raid Christoph? Sure. It's Zig. What can go wrong? Let's go. All right, see ya.
Path might not improve.